Now, another side note on shamanistic or samana practices, that also spirituality and spiritual practitioner that I told y'all you need to keep an eye on. Well, again, anybody telling you or conveying that they're into the dark arts, you could probably assume they're lying. So if they're saying that Loki isn't this or that, or that Loki has all this cool power and stuff, you're already, that's their game. So they got tricked and they're looking at tricking others, and that's their franchise. Stay away from that shit. Stay away from the dark side. Do not be deceived. And then again, women, look, let me tell you, in the Hermes Trismegistus and the old religions, there was a priest king magician, and he had initiates, but they did not have any type of independence necessarily. And so you can look at female practitioners. What do they call them? Witches. What does witch mean? It means someone who misuses magical means. So who the hell wants to be that? You think, well, women have a proud tradition of witchcraft. What? That's not a proud tradition. Look up the definition, sucker. And then again, witch can be men. Men can be that stupid too. Like caricatures of men, manly women type of stupid. Getting into things to make things worse with magical means. Why would that appeal to anyone on any level except bad people? So stay away from it. There's a good reason why that crap has a bad reputation. And it's not going to help you believe it. Long term, it won't. So now that is not to say, look, for example, if we want to use colloquial terms like white and black witches, the white witches actually are pretty cool. But I'm not going to use the word witch because that word, we know what that means. We'll just say magical, magically, and also good female practitioners. But just like in all religions, people did not run to women for the answers most of the time. Now, they have memory war fake kinds of stories and theories about themselves that don't make any sense, but we know that that wasn't the case. It's not really an attribute a lot of them have. I mean, they can get into Crazyville, can't they? But very few of them can cultivate the better within them just as pure geniuses without any type of guidance. But they do exist. So just naturally good women, or naturally good and insightful women, they're sort of out there. They're sort of adepts, but they still, if they in any way convey the conceit that they know ultimate reality and it's some type of scheme, I would not fall for it, but I could see how some suckers would. Especially these dumb women with this group preference for two-holism, that you have some women telling you something, you automatically think it has more insight than someone who has traditionally had more insight, namely the priestly class, the samana class, the men religious practitioners, the male religious practitioners, the few of them that actually knew what they were talking about and didn't just play some type of game. Social standing game, traditional game, I know better than you game, a narcissistic game. Yeah, those games have been played in the religious realms, but that still doesn't take away from the true prophets and truly insightful and truly magical, real living kinds of insightful priest-like people. Wodanas, right? Hermes Trismegistus, heroes of the past, right? Hercules. These are all kind of male archetypes, not female ones. So be advised. I was very pleasantly surprised to bump into some naturally insightful women that stuck to the light and bright side. But there is just a number of numbskulls out there just lying their butts off and using this time to screw up religious mindsets and sell the dark side. That's a bad thing to do. Or to say, oh, it's not dangerous, it's not bad, it's just people said it was bad type people. That's like people saying, hey, you know, this crack, you can handle it. This cocaine, there's some people who can't handle it, but you're tough. You're sort of bad, aren't you? Isn't it cool to be bad? You see how they get into your mind like that? Stay away from them, man. If they come with that stuff, just imagine them pulling a stink bomb. That's what they manifested, and now they're going to try to pass it off as some type of ancient kind of insight that badness has some type of goodness to it. Like I say, Loki in cosmic terms, he's the garbage disposal unit. Now, if you think you're going to be on his side, you're not going to get turned into garbage. Karmically, you've overestimated yourself. You're probably deceiving yourself on some level. Just probably. Just a little bit, where it counts. So are you doomed? Maybe. Maybe you can snap out of it, turn your life around, drop it, because maybe it was misrepresented to you by a bunch of people that don't know really what they're talking about to recommend such things for people looking for meaning in purgatory. You don't find it in the dark places other than if you want to experience some new kinds of suffering. It's not good advice. So it looks messed up, just leave it be, but don't necessarily dismiss it per se. Just say, well, this is a person using these things that would otherwise be magically good for vulgar and subnormal purposes. Just that clear. Some people will say, well, I've redefined the word. In my case, it's not that. Well, then call yourself something else, because don't misuse language if you're really trying to be clear about who and what you are, what you stand for and what you don't. But embarrassing in many ways out there, unless you see it for what it is, which I do, and then it's pretty dubious. But all things considered, no, there's no equality really between good and bad. Why would you want bad things for yourself and others, for God's sake? See? Wish everyone well-meaning, yes, even bad people, that they will one day find the light and turn their lives around and not burn in hell for eternity. Yeah, wish them that. You can do it. If you try. Imagine it was just them being misguided, that's why. Do you wish that on someone? No. So, wish everybody well. Wish all of your teachers well, especially the ones that caused you a lot of suffering. Those were the most important teachers. If you used that suffering to better your practice, to intensify it, then it was for the better. They were a powerful teacher. Powerful lesson by powerful teacher. That's the way to look at it. And never forget to wish all living creatures well. Find some creatures, some goldfish, come on. Look at how they're living. Some of them, they got troubles too. Swim around those little fish bowls all day. Come on. Look how cute they are. They're just moving their little tails like that. You ever been to like a pet shop with a aquarium section? You got all those little goldfish just swimming around, shaking what they got. Come on, you can wish them well. In prison, on death row, who knows what. In some city that's been sabotaged by tyrants and their helpers. I mean, come on, little goldfish swimming. Just imagine a little sunbeam hitting them, and those little scales sparkling, and they're so happy. Even if it's just a little round aquarium that they're stuck in. Wish them well, worldwide, right now. I really mean it. Come on, visualize. Raise that frequency. That's how we do it. That's what raising frequency is. Just pulled it up straight out of thin air. Now we're feeling a whole lot better, aren't we? But that aggravating material, we see it there, but we're not going there, not going back. We know how that works, how it smells, how it tastes, what it does to our health. So just going to leave it be. Far, far away. Now we're with just those goldfish just swimming all around. Look at them. We're setting them free in our minds. They're swimming through space now. The moon is being orbited by all the goldfish there. Just look at them. It's like rings of Saturn swimming through space. And now we're releasing them. Just spreading them out. Just that positive energy. As far as the mind can take it. Wish them all well. See? Then deep breath. We got new attitudinals. Those are the attitudinals we're going through life with. We don't need to get angry about aggravating things. That's real easy. It's too easy. Too sensitive. Highly sensitive for that. That's not good. And yet if we experience it, we gotta burn it. If we can get away from it, get away from it. Can't get away from it, why not? Is the alligator in the room? No? Well, then don't worry about it. It's not there. Thinking in the future, in the past, drop that too. And so on and so forth until we are at least free from whatever transformational process and the heat associated with that we may be involved in. We'll just let it manifest and trust that it will lead with skillful practice to better and better and better and better transformations going forward. I was listening to a monk talking about renunciation and how by ordaining as a monk he was able to officially convey, not just to the outside but to the inside, that renunciation was real, in effect, not just a claim, and that the outfit, the discipline, the routine was a daily confirmation of that subjective fact. Imagine somebody shows up out of nowhere, poof. You said you renounced all things of this world of purgatory and its different manifestations, its cravings, its desires, the whole circuitous routes and circular loops that we make trying to achieve worldly satisfaction in an unsatisfying place. Oh, do you think you're going to do it? You're the youngest, hottest thing out there. Well, what do you have against old age, sickness, and death that's going to make you win, where every single person who was born in this realm has not defeated, except in a spiritual sense that involves renunciation, such as the way the Buddha did it. Dying before you die, dying to the world. See, that's the other thing about resurrection. See, you can take transformation in a worldly way, but see, then it has a worldly focus. You're transforming, but you're still connected to the world. So it's always, your mind is split between how is this going to be integrated into the world? How can this fit in the world? How can other people like it or dislike it, right? We start thinking through these scenarios and narratives, trying to find some type of solution or coming to terms with worldly interests, worldly people, worldly things, and that is really impossible on a certain level unless the renunciation is real. It's either real or it isn't. And so the outfit, the uniform, right, it's it's just like why people at different companies, they wear the uniform. They are part of that establishment, that franchise, that lineage, and they're sticking to it. They're representing the uniform, they're representing the company, and they're representing the idea as best they can. Like, they're that committed. You can say you want to be in the army and whatnot, be a G.I. Joe kind of dude, going out there in the woods and tracking and doing all these different things. But if you don't got the uniform, you're really not the same thing, are you? But see, there's different uniforms out there. You don't have to have that one. There could be, you could be on the wrong team. But at least you're wearing the uniform. You're out loud about it. Like, look, I'm the enemy. So see me? Look, here's my uniform. You can see me. I'm not hiding it. I stand in opposition to whatever other uniforms are out there. I mean, you can take that type of antagonistic thing, but there you see how worldliness can be injected in that as well. One team against another. And some people say, yeah, the different lineages in Buddhism, they sort of do that on some level too. Who has the best lineage? Who is developing in a good way and who's developing in a bad way? Who's sticking to the original? Who's missing it? Who's got the good teachers right now for random reasons, essentially? That might be open to a few ideas, but not those other ideas. Like, they have maybe 10 new ideas that are good, and the 2 ideas that everyone thinks is new but is really bad, they don't adopt those. Right? They don't just adopt newness for the sake of newness. They don't adopt change for the sake of change. And they're very cautious about doing any damn changes because that's a pretty big thing to do. Say, well, this is not for me. That is not for me. That's not the point. See, with no self, you do it because it's the way it's done, not the way you think it's done. And that's the whole point, because you're subjecting the self. Then in that precept where you think it's stupid, that's your teacher. You think the precept's stupid, what does that make you? Ding dong. There it is again. You're not as far as you think, but that's okay. The practice is rigorous for that reason. They made it more rigorous than it needed to be, just to be sure that you were getting these types of somewhat petty signals, but within a state of awareness, in order to keep you on your toes about the bigger things. That's why they're there. They're the little push-ups. So get down and give me 3. You do that when you hear a bell during the day, right? Every time you hear a bell, you do that. You're going to be in better shape than your average Patujana, period. Just because of that crazy type of style you've got. And so the precepts are like that. They're meant to sort of offend the worldly, conscious, efficient mind. It's meant to do that deliberately. And it's meant for you to feel it and overcome that and recognize it and become skillful thereby. That's the process. So just doing the samana thing, you need to beware how easy you're making things for yourself. And making things easy for yourself, it's so worldly to think that way. Just think of all these nesting instinct captured type people. They just want things a little bit more comfortable, but then they end up entrapping themselves in attachments and comfort. And so they subject themselves to social, personal, economic, socioeconomic, political conditions that are neither dignified, nor respectful, nor civil. And the consequences of that are a lot of dissatisfaction, a lot of inner turmoil, a lot of suffering, to the point that people are looking to blame somebody else other than themselves and their environmentals. And there's a certain correlation with the environmentals, but why are you staying there? You've got 2 feet, don't you? Look at all these tennis shoes out here. We're hiking newly designed hiking boots that might have been made out of an old tire that you cut into patches, and then you have your own other techniques for sort of attaching it to your foot like a sandal, like the old Roman legionnaires used to do. And those things are indestructible, and you've gone like, I don't know, 50,000 miles walking on those, so, or at least one version of them. So doesn't look good to other people, but it's good enough, isn't it? Something like that. Now, I'm not recommending that style at all. That might be over exaggerating a little bit, but that's just to make the point. But other people are stuck in their little tennis shoe collection. They have their boxes, they have their 6, what they consider their original mint condition collected pieces, and they have a special closet for that. And of course they couldn't leave that behind. It's valuable. It's worth thousands of dollars potentially. And you're really attached to it because they look so cool. They're so, you see. Now, I'm not throwing shade on that practice at all. If you are sort of stuck somewhere and you might have a little collection somewhere, look, life is full of so many other terrible things, right? So if it even brings you a little bit of joy, then that's important. But then what you do have to realize as a wise person is that there's attachments associated with that. Some workman comes in, leaves the light on because he had to fix some type of electrical socket, and then it catches fire and the whole dang thing burns up, like can happen any other day of the week. Station that you feel. Or you come back after work and then you look to the little closet, the door's ripped off the hinges, there's spray paint, a bunch of torpedoes, zealots were there, and all the shoes, boxes are thrown around, and they set them like half on fire, something like that. How devastating for you to have put that enjoyment into a thing that is now been transformed in this realm of transformation, but not in a way that you're idealistic, perfectionistic, or optimizing, efficient, logical, rational kind of mind wants it to be. See the difference? The difference could be unquantifiable, especially your HSP, very sensible about these things, like sensitive. That's why you picked them in the first place and paid for them and found them and collect and all of that. See, somebody, a lumberjack's looking at this and like, my God, what is this, first world problems? Come on, get over it, sucker. But for a HSP that's attached because of his own damn reasons, really attached, that's going to be really painful. And other people, they're not going to understand it. And the person suffering's not going to understand, like, wow, here I am, I'm lying on the floor, I'm looking at my watch, apparently I've been unconscious 5 minutes. And now I wake into this world where things are the exact opposite of what I planned. So how am I going to live with that? And then the HSP mind just starts to wander in like a supernova type fashion, looking for other things to get angry about. Okay? Now, people that don't have that, they're looking and laughing, they're pointing like, look, ha ha. And so am I, because I'm not that person, okay? But my attachments are to other things that I think are important, just like that person does in this ridiculous instance. But how ridiculous is it? Don't you have any compassion? Where's your compassion? Where's your humanity? Where's your understanding? Where's your ability to discern wisdom from all of that? Suffering. Unnecessary suffering. And yet, here we come back to the setup. So was it so wrong to do that? Not really. Come on. But philosophically, yes, it was wrong to attach your happiness to perishable things. Yeah. So don't do that, okay? Next time, if you get a shoe collection together, realize that at any second, they could be gone. See, that's a different way of awareness, you see. The shoes, they're already destroyed. That's the way you think. But look at this one, it's right here. I can see it. Or I'm wearing these right here. This is real. This is manifested. But if they're gone, they really were never there in the first place. Really weren't. It's just sort of a coincidence in a lot of ways that they were there. And now that it's a coincidence that they're not there. And it's really random. And nobody can predict these things. And it's just part of the human experience. Everybody has it to some degree in some things. It's just sometimes they fall in love with people, for example. They get killed for no reason. Die for no reason. Get sick for no reason. Okay, those are just 3 points. Now, what about the other things? We have all these damn ambitions. We've been told we can do anything, right? Anywhere. And so we all want the best, or what we think is the best. And then what happens? We all run into some type of rat race or another and burn ourselves out. Looking for something that wasn't obtainable by unskillful, anti-philosophical means. Or sadistic means, right? Narcissistic means, schemerist means, and careless means. All of these things are not what wise people cultivate. Rather, quite the contrary, they cultivate it out before it gets too deep, before they're in too deep, before they double down on attachments, because they know they're going to do this proactively. They're not only going to dial back their wants and desires to as close to zero as they can, and really getting close isn't quite enough. You need to dial it completely to zero with a sincere practice on a regular basis in order to be in the habit of not attaching to external things and making them the object of your happiness. Making your happiness contingent on external things such as validation. Here's my paper, teacher, please give me an A+. You need to reverse engineer that way of thinking. do the paper for you. If you think it's best to just write 3 sentences to the answer to some question, especially if it's profound, you think 3 sentences is enough, then that's your paper for you. So now give yourself a grade. Is it correct? Does it work? Are you suffering? Are you missing something? Maybe you need to go back and do some more investigative activities. Because a lot of these things, the things that, on the one hand, you need to trust intuition. If you're knocked out depressed, trust that. Something is wrong. Okay? But step 2 is getting some skills, like getting some insights to get rid of it, including taking the time to address it and suffering through whatever it is you're suffering, because it might also not be yours. It might be cosmic karma, might be past karma. We're talking about karma or HSP karma. It might be karma either beyond recognition or something that was created on the basis of the wrong attitudinals or perspectives at the time. Right? The little kid trauma. Nobody needs that. It's corny. It's a joke. It's lame. We understand what the kid was thinking about, but he took it out of all proportion. It was just an ice cream cone. Fell on the ground. Who cared? But see what kids do. They cry their eyes out. Then they're done. It's gone. The karma is spent. But some of our traumas, not just in childhood, but in past lives, we haven't suffered, burnt through that karma yet. It's there. It needs to be suffered. But we suppress that and run away from that, or numb that, instead of taking it head on in these little bite-sized pieces during the day within disciplined, ritualistic parameters. And allow ourselves within the crucible of those parameters to just glow with suffering and manifest that suffering, stay with that suffering, because it's unconscious suffering. You don't know what's behind it. You have some ideas. Your ego's going to throw some explanations at you real quick, because the ego has to know everything all the time. Otherwise, what are we doing here? You're crazy, right? But it doesn't know. Wants to know, wants to give you a theory. Don't buy it. You're the observer, the silent observer of this process going on. On the one hand, suffering. On the other hand, the ego going crazy. And on the other hand, the superego. Shut this down, it's wrong. And just letting that all happen and staying in that crucible. And that's the burning process. And you might want to start with 15-minute sessions and time it to get yourself out of it, to break. Because some of you are sitting on volcanoes of suppressed karma, suppressed suffering. And you're in denial about that. Your rational mind, you're not crazy. Well, yeah, of course not. Crazy, look, this is beneath the consciousness, okay? So you don't see it in consciousness. It just manifests through other things, like you having a quick temper, for example. Instead of, look, Nibbana, what do you think? So how hard do you think, easy it was to get the Buddha to fly off the handle about something? How easy do you think that was, given his training in the jungle for 6 years? How could you make him angry real quick? Slow to anger, just by nature, because it's natural. Because the anger, if it was there, it was expressed and burnt off clean, wasn't suppressed. And if it had to be suppressed for social reasons, or even wise reasons, we can feel that animal reaction, that or have that misperception that someone insulted us or indeed injured us. So we have to suppress that in that moment to do the wise thing. But later, we need to eliminate all self-talk and allow that anger and those other emotions to knock themselves out, spend themselves out within the crucible where it belongs, i.e. the trash pit, and not setting fires in places you don't want any fires to be set, even if the conditions, especially when the conditions are demanding and annoying or surprising, i.e. out there with others, or even with yourself. When you're on the trail, you don't want to get unnecessarily worked up and angry about something. But on the other hand, you're going to respect your inner feelings enough to say, hey, I am angry. Look, wait a second. Stop. I'm not going to just pretend everything's normal. Something has gotten to me. Some Cupid arrow has hit me out of nowhere. Let me take care of this right now. Do some meditative prayer. Drop down. Impromptu. And just show people who's boss. Like, all right, this is what you're bringing right now, and you didn't think I had the chance to address this right now, that I'm not playing anymore. I have the opportunity, I have the skill, and I have the dedication, and I'm going to take this right here, right now. What's going on? You want to get angry about something? All right, now get angry about something in the bowing position. I've allotted the time. I'll be here all day if it takes. So you want to get angry? Let's go. Burn it all. Increase the weight through subtle positioning. It comes with even more anger, you come with more body weight. Counterbalance, dagas, technique. See, if the bad is bringing the heat, the good needs to bring the heat too, to bring that neutralization. And that's sort of what the crucible allows. It's that arena, like, okay, it's game on. Something down there has thrown the gauntlet. And I used to just suppress that, but now I'm not. And then these battles, again, we're dealing with forces we don't even know what we're dealing with. That's the nature of the beast. But during that process, it might cause a chain reaction, and then you burn off the little thing, and that chain reaction releases some of these ancient things. And then, so your 15-minute burn might be 5 minutes of the initial thing and 10 minutes of cosmic things. And so you've made cosmic progress to the point that you might have just shed 3 lives off of your odometer without even knowing it. Because there is no feedback on matters such as this other than subtle changes of mood and attitudinals over time. As space frees up inside and you're less burdened by invisible weight. See, people are being crushed by these things. Their whole lives, their personalities, their attitudinals, their moods, where we reside in this realm psychologically, they're killing that out, crushing that out, suffering that out without the skills to bring hygiene into the equation. And yeah, these sessions, for example, in that instance, I might have been in the wilderness somewhere, okay? And so by taking the time, I'm not inconveniencing anyone. Because I position my frame in such a way that I can be that type of expert and be that present and responsive to these internal feelings that I would otherwise suppress or have to suppress in social situations for the purpose of good working order between people. It's egotistical or narcissistic to just let your feelings override other people, especially when they're negative. You can have a positive influence on people, that's good. But that's not something that should really be intentional. It's just something that should manifest itself if it's appropriate to do so authentically. If not, that's okay too. wasn't meant to be. It's not an indictment against your personality. But that's another thing we have in our socialization is people want people to be the same way the same time, all the time. They want them always upbeat. They want them always acting the same way. Well, that's not really good for emotional health or transformation, is it? Changing your mind about things, developing as a person, letting things go, adopting new positive things. That's sort of the antithesis of that in many cases, especially if you get caught in a group of people that are unskillful and determine the rules of engagement, which is what a lot of, again, sadists and other power players, drudges, and bores have been known to do since forever. So if you are in one of those situations, yeah, it's sort of bad, but let's come back to the fundamental skill that people have, manas, right? The two upright lines with an X connecting them at the top. We have the potential for skill and improvement. And that brings a certain amount of perfection into our lives, just a certain amount. But it also is the ability to shed off these lives, right? That's a big part of the metaphysical architecture that the Buddha set up, to somehow intuit these things that are really impossible to manifest in a material way. So give yourself leeway. Don't be a literalist and thereby block yourself somehow. Find a way to see how this could be meaningful, a meaningful teaching. Think of it as samsaric loops, because it applies, see, as above, so below. There's scale. So these bad habits you get into, you have the ability of stopping that life from starting because you stopped doing what you would have done as an unaware person. See? That's almost like a machine learning principle, that it's an iteration. So you attempted to do the little thing, like the little thought, you want to think positive and do-do-do-do-doom. Didn't work. So next iteration, see? Do tries it again, doesn't work. But see, it saves the attempt because it's aware and it's looking to make those little micro modifications in order to achieve the goal that it set out for itself. But of course, if these goals are too overarching, I want to be happy all the time. That's too much for your processor to handle. You got to put it down in little tiny bite-sized, super tiny iterations, like the feeling of the breath in your nostrils, and how that's a good thing. It's a good feeling. You can generate a good feeling, a positive, neutral feeling, as simply and effectively and consistently and repeatedly as that, if you set up the framework for that to be that way, which is the way it should be, with some sense of solitude, okay, some aspect of it. And solitude runs contrary to socialization, so we've been conditioned to seek socialization and not solitude. And it's really, 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 really hard to change that in many cases. It's like a car without hydraulic steering. If you've ever tried to steer a heavy thing and it's rolling, that's what it's like. And your muscles, you haven't been trained to turn. You just keep going in that socialization routine that is dissatisfying to you on some fundamental level. Because that's not what you were built for. That's more of like a female socialization model. Wasn't built for men. Right? The nesting instinct, that's not really something men should be overly exposed to or follow. Less attachments means more capability and less suffering. And the attachments you pick up, you need to pick them up and choose them wisely and not pick up ones that aren't there or experience the suffering to metaphysical things when that's not really the point of this philosophical journey through life. Now, at times it can happen. There are other people that just go the bliss route, which is a form of a comfort zone, a mental comfort zone, which isn't the worst place to end up, but every once in a while, a little bit of discomfort is a pretty good stress test on your skills, done in a skillful, abstract way and not out there in the field with the pathogens. When you're at a disadvantage, when your mood is messed up, when your emotionals are messed up, when you have foundation out there, people, you need to lay low until you get those things and then go do things with other people. And don't feel bad if you're not there yet. Look, these things take time. Give yourself the time. Be compassionate with yourself. Are you a slow learner? Yes, you. In the back. With the funny haircut. Are you a slow learner? See, he first said no. Look, being a slow learner is okay. Slow learning is better than fast learning. It's just most people are too cheap to pay for it. And then they do the fast thing. They think they've learned something. And they haven't. But the slow learner takes its time. So even if it takes him 5 times longer, he's got what the other people think they only got and then don't use. So, slow learners, start today, and don't ever worry about being slow when it comes to wisdom. If you maintain the wisdom, no matter how little that you maintain that wisdom well. And I caught myself saying, it's not so easy. And then I said to myself, some days are easier than others. Yeah, that might be true, but easy all the time is also a comfort zone. So embrace the suffering. Embrace it. Don't look away. Take it seriously. Look at, search it out. Take it on head on. Full impact. I think this is why the Buddha also said 5 precepts, no drugs, because if you're drugged already, how are you going to have full impact with this karma that has to be burned in order to be disposed of? So I want to come back to this karma thing. Look, this means that you put this suffering on deferment. That suffering has to be paid with the intensity that it's stored. Now, sometimes it's a slow burn. Just it's a heating oil can. See, you can pour it in there. It's either going to be a slow controlled burn or it's going to be combustion. Okay? And it takes skill to be able to navigate that. And it's hit or miss. Everybody's different. But if you're already sedated and you are even half running away, you're sort of looking at what's bothering you, but you're sort of also a little bit comfortable. See, drugs are about comfort zone. Then you're not burning it. That cooking oil, it's still in there. It's sloshing it around. You're just being a wimp. Or unskillful. Or a combination of the two. Like, I see it. Look at it. Oh, it's the smell of it. I'm getting more worked up about it. I better shut this down. I think I've suffered enough today. Let's get on to baseball. Let's get on to who sent me an email again? Let me check that. See, we want to stay productive. A lot of productive people overworking themselves. Is that what they're doing? Are they distracting themselves from? Are they running away that way via productivity? Is that socially acceptable in a materialist society otherwise? And then the eternal validation, they want to be seen as a good person by others. They want to gain approval from. Are we in a trap? Is life passing us by? And then the depression and doubt starts setting in. You see how you can just become a garden full of weeds that way? And then on top of that, no compassion at all for yourself. That gets sacrificed to performance metrics. Those are what you believe in. And if that's what it took, if that was the price, well, you calculated that in. You just didn't calculate that you couldn't do that over a length of time that you foolishly thought would be easy to do, when in fact your whole practice or worldview may be a dissatisfaction machine designed to explode. Especially based on the externals and the variables that you put into that formula to be necessary for your happiness, your enlightenment, your feeling of relief just to be here as a human being in a compassionate way with other wonderful, talented, fantastic, charismatic, insightful people. They, on some level, either as naturals or blessed by karma, or, like me, the triathlete of the handicapped Olympics, would just not go down and stay down, but picked himself up every time. Brushed himself off, maybe said, you know what, I should slow things down a little bit. I'm trying to act like I'm some type of superstar or hero. I need to slow walk here a little bit, just slow things down. Just this way, I won't be falling on my face so quick like last time, like 2 minutes ago. As those pebbles came out of nowhere and I was taking that turn, I was sort of on an incline at a high rate of speed. Would you believe it? Pebbles. And believe you me, that hurt. And I didn't see it coming. But here I am, I'm up again, and what am I doing? I'm going to do some modifications. That was rather foolish of me to want to try to get somewhere too fast in an ambitious way that, in retrospect, wasn't all that wise, was it? So the next time I come around a bend like that, and I'm coming in too fast, I'm going to pull them brakes. Maybe not even just a little bit. I'm going to go 5 miles an hour slow, just like that, and relish it, as that turn is perfectly executed with the self-awareness that it deserves. And pebbles or not, no accident. That's what those heavenly sneakers are for. Didn't feel a thing. Grip right around them. Bounce right back. No scratches. And not back to people, places, or things that are unnecessarily dissatisfying. At least from my point of view, which is like a perfectly polished window with not even one particle of dust to block my view from a sunlit landscape of infinite beauty. Now, again, everyone, just be cautious, because a lot of you, I think, have even way more suffering than I do. So be cautious with these things. Take your time. Do it little by little. Maybe just do a 5-minute meditation and stick to it. Like if it starts feeling too painful, do interrupt it, especially in the beginning stages. Don't be the tough guy or be the hero with these things. And it's all individual. Like I said, you might just be tapping on a volcano. Okay? So, and if you are, you're just going to have to use it skillfully. That's why it's good to take it slow. So if you take the fast running hard approach, it might just kill you. Okay? Or feel like it. It might be too much, and see, that puts people off. And then they also give up because it knocks them out. They're just like, wow, this is not this is not happy time. This is rumble time. This is the discomfort zone. This is awful. I want to go back to Cheetos, Doritos, the couch, and what's on TV, right? I don't want no problems. I got enough problems at work. I'm just going to assume that I should feel okay and everything should be fine. And if it's not, I don't know how to deal with that anyway. So let's get on with another day. That's the normal way of thing. We're not doing that. We're rolling out that magic carpet, the beach towel that we have that's sort of oversized. Might have some significant meaning to us. Maybe the pattern. Maybe it's magical in some way. Maybe it was just a place. Maybe it was just randomness. But that's your magic carpet that you can, roll up real well and carry around with you. And you can also roll that out real quick, even if it's a cubicle or something, if you got the time. And then maybe if you take your t-shirt off and put it into like a little pillow, you can use that as a headrest. And then you've got your hard floor bowing practice that can transport you out of the normal everyday humdrum stress and get you into sort of a focused, concentrated, one-pointed practice, karma burning crucible kind of body weight position, dedication that is conveyed to the body, to the subconscious mind. This is the position. And now we're entering a karma burn session, and you can set your watch or a timer if you are first starting out and want to keep track of things, because that might be a way that can help people if they say, all right, I'm going to do this at these times no matter what, so that they don't forget, that they don't get pulled back into those loops, those habits, that autopilot, that they have a way of exiting out for a time in a little module, a regenerative module, spiritual module, like a 15-minute concentrated karma burn, if that creates a breakthrough, and then you're relieved, it gives you that relief, like, oh God, I'm through this. I'm over this. I finally got rid of this. You feel that sense of release. That's a catharsis. That's healing. That's emotional healing. Then whatever might have been bothering you, maybe it was from that morning, but you took it maybe during lunch or some part of your lunch break. When you come out of that lunch break, that thing that was bothering you, the beginning of the day, that's, you took care of that. You compartmentalized that. You might have released that. Might have been sadness, might have been disappointment, might have been anger. Because you had to feel it, but in a skillful way, with the tools that you bring to these things, without the self-criticism, with the compassion, with the skill, letting things go. Like, wait, I am getting worked up about this. My id has this dog, it's not letting this bone go. So let me try to use my techniques. See, some people, have you ever seen dog owners? They have some tricks sometimes when their dog isn't doing what they want to do. They have some special bag, they pull it out. They gotta have some type of motivational trick sometimes. So try to do that. Work with what you have. A horse is not a bad horse. A fast horse is not a bad horse. A stubborn horse, it's not a bad horse. It's working with the horse. That can be bad. You try to work with a stubborn horse in a way that's not going to work, it's just going to be a bad time. But if you know how to work with stubborn horse, you can work with stubborn horse. People work with stubborn horse. In fact, counterintuitively, the stubborn horse is the best horse. Gets the best results over time. Yeah, fast horse ain't fast all the time. Sometimes fast. And sometimes fast isn't an advantage. But the stubborn horse gets the job done. But the stubborn horse, if it's stubbornly going in the wrong direction, stubbornly doesn't want to listen, stubbornly doesn't want to let that go, then that requires skill. And coming up straight on with a stubborn horse and being stubborn with a stubborn horse is not the way to do it. Inducements, positive mantras, affirmations, just repeating it. Like boo do is another one to calm down. Boo do, boo do. You're really calling him, calling all the wisdom of all the monks, all the Tripiticas coming down like from the heavens. It's the symbol to the universe. And then your universal mind will connect with you. It's very good for your karma because it's already habituating you towards the wholesome procedures and rituals and away from the worldly distractions and also these frustrations, neuroses. Man, our minds are burnt up with neuroses. And so this is the method of getting rid of them. And it's a method that requires dedication, sincerity, authenticity, and compassion, and dedication and repetition and practice. When you play a flute and you play at a legendary level, that's magical. But it's also sort of optional in life. It's an extra, but you don't need to have it. But feeling just good as a baseline, feeling free, feeling liberated, feeling calm, a master of passions, you're a master over your passions, which doesn't mean you're a master of suppression. You're a master of extraction of bad and burning of it, and of cultivating and fostering the good. Both skills. But it requires dedication, it requires focus, it requires returning to it over and over again because our minds we're easily distracted. we're easily consumed by aversionary things, because that's the way we're built. We're problem-solving creatures. We're drawn to aversion because it's where the problem is. But that is a vulgar, common trait that supernormal practitioners disabuse themselves of, and thereby eliminate immeasurable amounts of unnecessary annoyance, frustration, anger, you name it. Suboptimal internal emotional manifestations of reality, if you want to look at it in another way, which is to say, wholesome thinking versus living in a toxic waste dump with a lot of anger, a lot of craving, and a lot of delusional thinking, like narcissistic rationalizational thinking, acquisitory thinking, more, me, I, mine. Yeah? That's vulgar. You throw in a can of dog food, bunch of dogs. Who is the super normally vulgar dog? Is the one that pushes its snout in and gets. Because why? Because the more it gets, the more it as an organism grows bigger and stronger, and that's a survival mechanism. But human beings have the ability to say, hey, wait a second, this dog has had enough. It's already too big or too fat. And the other dogs be starving here, so let's distribute the food accordingly. At least, that everyone has enough to eat. It's not hard to keep dogs alive with food, right? It's not hard to keep humans alive with food. But see, humans can overly complicate their lives, whereas dogs usually don't. How complicated can the life of a dog get unless it's associated with a complicated human? But why is the human complicated and the dog wouldn't be if the dog was left within an environment? So who's smarter than who in that case? And yet again, we can also cocoon ourselves in comfort zones that are also normal. Like a dog, it's normal, it would stay where it's pretty much got things figured out. Whereas a human, if they want to be a triathlete or want to be above the normal, or certainly above subnormal, then they might have to put in the extra work to get there based on whatever advantages or disadvantages they might have going into it. And then, of course, the rewards are indeterminate, which is also something a materialistically conditioned person wouldn't go into just based on the basis of it. They usually have a problem that they're looking to solve if they come in the first place. But it's really better not to develop these problems by developing the wholesome attitudinals as young as possible and reinforcing them so that the results are consistent. And consistent results is developmental, which is to say it's a developmentally consistent path to improvement in subjective matters, including healing from neuroses or trauma or frustration or craving or aversion, right? The whole full spectrum of unwholesome things that the Buddha outlined and pointed out in great detail. That all human beings, yes, you and me, both of us, if under similar circumstances, would probably feel exactly the same about things. Here I am, here you are, we're both looking at a Ferris wheel, and then somebody bumps into somebody, and then the other person punches them in the face. What both of us would think, hey, the person who punched the other, for no reason, see, We both know that was a mistake. That was unskillful behavior. And we can be emotionally impacted by that. That could be traumatic for us on some level. That could make us fearful. That could make us predisposed to see that occurrence happening over and over again, or become fixated with that. We become attached to the things that bother us, or the topics that bother us. But that's aversionary attraction. It's really one of the worst habits you could possibly have. It's sort of the biblical equivalent of the dog returning to its vomit, right? You don't go back to that. If you vomit it out, don't return to it. If you stop doing it, there was a reason. So, a good one. So stick to stopping it. And if it started, stop it again. Without any hesitation. Or you'll have hesitation, but you'll see yourself hesitating, but you'll know you're doing the right thing. See? You're not going to get head faked by your instinct on that one, or your conditioned response. You're going to see it, and you're going to counter it. And it is by degrees. Look, it's not black and white. It's not from 0 to 100. It's, today may be only 90. That's a win. Tomorrow it's 70. That's a win. The day after that it's 50. That's a win. And on and on and on. And then it's 0, and you really did win. You did. You're over whatever it was that was bothering you, that you were worried about, you were thinking too much about, you were focused on, you were obsessed with, those types of things. People can have them. We can get false positives. We can get set off on goose chases. But the thing that keeps us invested in these goose chases is this self or egoic muscle that's latched onto these narratives that we keep repeating to ourselves. I was an Olympic champion, a triathlete for 3 years, but on the 4th year I didn't make it, so I'm worthless kind of thinking, This is something Westerners can get into. It's just not true. What were you thinking the whole time? Your frame is off. It's about the journey, it's not the destination. If you get external validation, that is great. Be happy for people that get that do deserve it, but you can't make that conditional. You can't make that the thing. And it's easy to fall in that trap. It's natural. It slides. We're conditioned socially. We're socialized for that. It's understandable. Sometimes it's good, but up to a certain point, it can be very limiting and very frustrating and disappointing. And it's not necessary. See, it isn't. See, I won the Olympics 3 times, and when I didn't on the 4th time, it didn't matter because the first 3 times didn't matter either. It's great that I got this gold jingling in my back pocket. But that 4th time, that was its own journey and its own lesson. And it was epic in its own way. Because we don't get out of this life alive. But you can be heroic in it. Someone commented, I like how you sound when you're talking like a granddad. You're not that old, are you? And I thought to myself for a second, I thought, wow, that's pretty cool. Yeah, of course, in order to talk like a granddad, you have to gain all the life experience of a granddad in order to think like a granddad and say the things that a granddad says. And that's a transformational process that is underestimated. I mean, men go through a whole lot of things which don't make any damn sense. which they call their life. And some take it the hard way, and some don't. And it's really preferable not to, but it's understandable if you take it hard at times. But the whole practice is about being able to block punches or miss punches or take punches in a way that don't hit you straight on and knock you out. It's about expertly managing trauma, disappointments, frustrations, naggings, longings, sentimentalities, moroseness, depression, lack of motivation, just there's sluggishness, sloth and torpor. I like that one. Blast from the past. Yeah. And these things can really grow like detritus on people, and they don't know how to get it off their personalities. And so I came up with these purification rituals, or in other words, I didn't come up with them, but I rediscovered them and then re-implemented them in a way that worked for me. At least to the extent that it did, which isn't perfect, God knows. Suffering and also past life or cosmic suffering. Indeterminate and potentially infinite, or at least it can feel that way until it's finally completely burned off, and then perhaps there's a stage like the Buddha experience where it's like, okay, I'm clear on what I think and how I feel and what this realm is and what it isn't, and I'm okay with that. And so I'm not going to make a big deal about perspectivist kind of narratives that aren't really applicable. It's just we made them applicable based on over-rationalizations, essentially, and defilements behind those. Greed, ill will, delusion, period. We slow down for an accident. That's important for us, but it's really not important. We can understand why we do that, but we can also consciously avoid doing that. And look, the traffic jam, it doesn't happen then. And you can think of that socially and individually. When we're all doing well, when we're all engaging in ritualistic purification, prayerful meditative exercises, and we're not ashamed to do it, and we really get a lot out of it, and it gives us a lot of resilience and a lot of relief, a lot of freedom and a lot of liberation, a lot of nourishment and a lot of compassion, then who cares what other people think about your practice, or what it looks like on the outside, or if it looks goofy, or they think you're defective or wrong for doing it. Don't ever adopt that point of view. What would be the point of that? That would be moral, wouldn't it? In some way. Some bad advice. Some bad viewpoint. See it in the empowering way that it's really meant to be and is. Freedom from frustration, having the feeling that you've arrived in life no matter what. Even if you don't have a darn thing. Accept all of those very teaching moments along this magical journey. It's so magical when you get it right and you don't get it wrong. But it's so easy to get it wrong. So it seems so hard to get it right, but it's not. It's that releasing the muscle, the ego, the egoic colostomy bag, the emotional colostomy bag in private. Burn it off. It has to be experienced by the psyche. It's like a battery with a charge in it. You have to return it to ground this way. Sort of the disciplined practice way. And just like being compassionate for an animal, you don't want to bump up against an electric fence and shock itself unnecessarily. You keep yourself away from the paths that are strewn with those things, including just the concept of the worldly path in general. When taken in context of the brevity of our lives and statistics and mathematics and all the other insights we have about this dimension that does seem like purgatory, more like purgatory in ways. But it's expansive. And there are refuges, and there are good things here. There's developmental things here, transformational, discomfortable, good things out here. Re-evaluating discomfort as a catalyst, not indispensable. You're too comfortable. That's the reason why you haven't developed. That's the reason why you feel there's something missing. That's why you're dissatisfied. You're like, something's missing, but I'm so comfortable, and so, yeah, you're stuck. People can stay stuck like that for years and years and years and years and years and never get out of it. I mean, it's not the worst existence. It's just not, there is something lacking, because otherwise you wouldn't notice it from time to time. So don't be hard on yourself for that. That's the basic question of existence. Everyone has it. So what is meaningful, and how to deepen it? Is it running around for KPIs, or can you just feel good feeling great, fantastic, free, clear, refreshed, like a rainstorm that blew in off the sea and it was all dusty and hot, and then there's a downpour, it's violent, the wind blows, a tree breaks, gusts of wind, it's terrifying, lightning bolts all over the place, thunder, boom, just resounding like artillery. So, but the next day, or the day after that, clear as a bell. All the trees, all the other life, all of the earth got all of the very essential things that it needs to be so vibrant and alive. And green, and fragrant, and magical again. So allow these processes to happen. You're feeling sad, really get into it, over dramatize it, to extract it. Have fun with it. But you will feel that pain, whether you express it outwardly or not. And that's what has to happen. It cannot be any other way. Otherwise, it stays stuck. You can't push out pus without pushing it out, and then it's gone. Okay, it's cleaning these things out, but in a skillful way, in a controlled way, and in a limited way. So you're not irritated, or if you are irritated, you're relegating it to the time and place and position, or positions or practices that you deem most suitable at that time in that place. And then you do it, and you bring authenticity and sincerity. You electrify. When you put your hands together, you press till the electricity, you are constantly raising your energy like that. Just intentionally enlivening and enriching and empowering all of that subconsciousness that needs to have that vitality to remain vital. It's the type of spiritual muscles you need to be exercising as much, if not more, than the physical body. In fact, with this practice, you can do both, but the emphasis is on the spiritual. You just use the physical side of things to tame whatever pain it is. So as a counterbalance, but that's not the point. After an 8 or 10 hour session like this, you do look ripped if you do it in a certain way. But you didn't bang up your bones doing it, and you didn't go running through the land. Now, of course, for cardio, it's not ideal, but you could mix that up with doing jumping jacks or something if you're feeling sloth and torpor, or if you want to add that in your routine, liven it up. Or do burpees, right? Jump up, come down, squat or kick your feet back, go down in a push-up till you hit your chest, then come up again, pull your feet in, stand up, jump up, right? Hands in the air, and again, do that 3 times, 5 times, 10 times. If you're feeling like you have excess energy, that's how you can burn it off. Skillfully. And then afterwards, you'll be more relaxed. Then you will be calmer because you burned off that energy. So just like we burn off positive energy skillfully that way, and not let ourselves become neurotic by suppressing that. Like some of you people, you're too stationary. You're sitting around all day. You're too comfortable. See, that's the other side of the equation. There's the sports nuts that are overdoing it in an unskillful way for exterior reasons. And then there's the just sedentary crowd that's just into pure comfort in their body cocoons that aren't interacting with their body physically in a meaningful way. They're driving from a couch to a chair, back to a car seat, from a car seat to a couch to a chair. And I hate to tell you, that's too damn comfortable. That's domestication. That's some kind of sign of inactivity, unhealthy inactivity. So I'm not saying break that up entirely, but spice it up with your practice. If you're sedentary like that, you should bring more vigor than bowing, perhaps, which is more of a passive body weight exercise. Because you're missing that vitality, and it's having a negative impact on whatever neuroses or attitudinals you might have. So it's a counterbalance to that. It's dogas to that. And you should do it. But see, that would be your practice. My practice is more walking meditation, but more in a solitary space. But also many other body weight positions, because I'm a fast, stubborn horse, and that's what it requires. If I was different, I would do it differently. In fact, I've been seriously injured on multiple occasions, and I did do it differently. Because that's the only damn thing that got me through it. So it might just be the only damn thing that gets you through it, but that's going to be your thing, not my thing. Catch it? Good. Get those tennis balls juggling. So hold on to whatever little practice you have. Grow it, refine it, cultivate it. That's how it's done. But start where you are. If it's at 0, then start now. Someone wrote in and said, I'm a Westerner, and I think that suppression thing is the root of all problems. Thank you. And I was thinking about that, and I was like, wow, that's very insightful. Yeah, really it is. Look, we like to be overdramatic and egotistical about our specific problems, our trauma, that determines us. But see, that self-importance is keeping us locked into those narratives. It's not about you, it's not about yours. It's just about suffering in general. It's about abstract ideas and how the human mind can get locked in on things and want to make those the defining points. But why should you take the best points of your life to define you? Don't take any damn trauma from anywhere. Because first off, look, we over exaggerate bad things. We have this tendency. It's called common, vulgar, normal kind of way of doing things. That person that threw a coffee on me, for me, that's sort of a lot more personal than hearing about 30 people having coffee thrown on them. You see what I'm talking about? This is just how we work. But it's not helpful. Look, that coffee fell on you, it wasn't really personal. The person who was going to throw it was going to throw it anyway. If it wasn't you, it was going to be somebody else. And look, those 5 guys that got blown to smithereens, there was no rhyme or reason to that. Okay. That's just part of how this life can be. So if you personalize it though, and you add on top of that dissatisfaction, you're going to drive yourself crazy. That's what you're going to do. It's like, just take out a lighter right now and put your hand over it and burn yourself. That's what you're doing. You wanted a perfect outcome. This is the reality, and the difference is just driving you crazy. Look, drop that unskillful way of seeing things and the world. Look, there's so many things the Buddha can teach you, and other spiritual teachers, including all of the Catholic monks, specifically Benedict. Very venerable practitioner who had indisputably good results for hundreds of years. To this day is a legend, and yet if you can understand him and translate his practices into your life, you will have all the benefits he intended for you to have. But ignorance is a hindrance, yeah, and wrong effort is also a hindrance. What's good is right effort. This crazy hippie here with all the bullet holes in his jacket, he just told me something that normal people think is crazy, but actually it makes a whole lot of sense to look at it from a completely different point of view, because maybe he had to suffer that way in order to see things differently. Otherwise, if he was locked in a comfort zone, he would have just thought like you did until something ripped him out of that, like it did. But you don't have to go through that type of violence. He's trying to help you already align yourself and to accumulate the skills that you need to be so effective, so vital, so enthusiastic, to cleanse your mind from every and anything that could ever aggravate it at any moment, because that's how we are. Look at a horse. A horse is aggravated when a fly comes in and bites it. It's aggravated, and then it reacts. We're the same way. We have extremities, we have a brain, we have eyes. Why is it that people can be compassionate with horses? Well, there's a lot of common ground. We're both mammals, for example. We're very close. There's a lot of people that understand horses and horses that understand people on a very deep level, to the point that they can go at extreme rates of speed through challenging terrain without any problems. That's pretty good kind of teamwork, wouldn't you say? And yet, as far as mentalities go, how more different can you be on a physical level? And yet there's still a basic understanding. Okay, this rider, he wants me to go here, so I will go there. with some type of very innate kind of trust, because that trust has been built up over time. That horse is trained, that horse is a high performance vehicle. That's why it was able to jump through those 7 hedges and come precisely to the point to be decisive at that moment. Not just because it was so skillful, but the rider and the horse together were so skillful to know each other like that, like your subconscious and your conscious or superego together, holistically. To manifest skillfulness, to go where you want to go and not go where you don't want to go, not to be thrown from the horse into the thorn bush. And why? You're an unskillful practitioner. You're torturing your own damn horse. And if it's throwing you, it's actually trying to teach you a lesson. But you're too stubborn to realize that. So the problem is on your conditioning, your preconditioning, your biases, your attitudinals, and also your ignorance. Ignorance is the biggest one. If you only knew how to be skillful, you would be. There are people, when they get some vegetables and some basic ingredients, they turn that into masterpieces. Like stuff that's so tasty, so nutritious, so utterly unforgettable under the ridiculousness of a condition sometimes, because they're so skillful, that's an unforgettably enjoyable experience. And the same way is in the metaphysical world. People who put in the effort to become virtuous, to purify themselves on a ritualistic, regular, dedicated, authentic, sincere basis, my God, these people are amazing. Is that an accident? Is that by chance? No, they put in the work. That's why they look amazing. That's why when something, anything, absolutely anything can be thrown at them, they come out ahead. You want to toxify the environment? Guess what? They use that for transformational purposes. They take all of that animosity and they burn that off in the crucible. And they might even burn off 50 lives without knowing it, because you wanted to mess up their day. You were their teacher. They turned you into their teacher. And they used all of that hatefulness, all of that violence, all of that misguidedness for their own benefit. And they burnt that off, and now, look, they're stronger than before. They're more resilient than before. They have a new kind of shining armor all around. Their aura is magical. They've made the next step. They're better people because of bad things they thought. And how is it bad now that they're better people? So they see that in that context. They're able to synthesize, depersonalize, and see this purgatory for the amazing opportunity it is to change your trajectory and make it ascendant. Quite contrary to what people would expect, just because you adopted right principles, right view, right effort, everything, step by step. My God, you're a completely different person. Just even a month later with this practice, you're unrecognizable to where you started. Like, you look ripped, you're calm, you're relaxed, you're enjoying life, you're looking at the positive things, you're dropping the negative things. You've transformed. You're a great person to be around. People would like to be around you, but if they only knew you. But even if they don't, it doesn't matter. You're not externally validated. You know what's good, and goodness manifests itself. It's not a trick. Okay, cynics lose the script. It's your job to create that authenticity. You do a candle ritual where you take the time and do it right. If it's messed up, who's the spectator? Who's the audience there? Whose problem is that? You didn't make it magical enough. You didn't make it impactful enough. You're the person responsible for that. 3, 4, 5 little tea candles at the right time in the right place with the right practice. Look, that's a level of magic most people never experience because they're too damn ignorant, but you do. And then you're complaining about first world problems. What's wrong with you? You're the artisan of your music. Your music is crappy. Change your style, change your instrument, change your location, change anything keeping you from that perfect harmony, which is interior. It's not externally dependent. That's the whole point. This is an empowering, impactful, significant, self-sustaining exercise that will absolutely change your life forever and make it much better than it ever could have been without this spectacularly valuable knowledge that isn't known to any old dummy out there. That's why there's so much suffering. People are seeing and dealing with all of these things in a terrible way. They're blaming themselves, they're blaming others. They're doing the same things over and over and over again that are not blessed by God or success or virtue or wisdom. And they will just refuse to drop the ego, shed the self continuously so that the light of God's wisdom can shine and resonate and resound within them and their communities and all the people they deal with, because they've made their practice so impactful, so emotional, so gripping, so real, again and again and again, over and over again, so perfectly, that if God showed up and watched them do their practice, which he does every time, he would be convinced that they're the real thing, because they are. They made themselves that. They've refined themselves. They are the best of the best because of that, because they've refined themselves, because they had that tendency. Something went wrong for them all of a sudden, and then they went through that time, and then what happened? No, they didn't go to hell where most people go. What happened? They looked up. They let go of an old self that was dead anyway, and they started over. And that is a power that is with you every time. Yesterday, it doesn't count. It's about today. It's about this minute. It's about this practice. It's about this dedication, this authenticity, and it's about this heavenly state of mind that is so pure that the devil himself can't even touch it, even if he wanted to. That's the whole point. That was this journey through purgatory. That's the heroic spirit. That's the Bodhisattva. That's Jesus Christ. That's Odin, Vodin. That's Trismegistus. That's these holy, inspired, awakened beings that have always been here amongst us, and yet it's so easy to forget them, ourselves, and never get to know them. But we haven't done that, and so look at all these blessings from God: the happiness, hygiene, cleanliness, purity, harmony, inspiration, beauty. Look at that. All the good things of life. That's what God has to offer. Never let yourself get pulled off course into some type of hot nonsense. And if you do, guess who's waiting for you? That's right. Pick yourself back up, and this time do it right. And don't just do it for you. You're doing that for everyone, every living being, every living creature. You are part of God's plan because you are so beautiful in your own way. You are burning your karma off, and the next lives to come, they're going to be so much better. You don't realize how powerful goodness is, how it resonates and resounds through your future lives now that you've finally given up all the bad things and have cultivated the good things instead. Look at that nourishment. Your health has improved. Your mood has improved. You're always able to improve your mood because you know what a bad mood is. It's a defilement. It's the devil himself trying to throw you for a loop. Why? He wants you to go down. He wants you to go down in flames. He wants you to burn up. He doesn't want good people. That's his job. But don't go that way. There's so much more. There's eternal life. There's immortal, eternal, heroic, angelic trajectories for you. Never lose sight of that. Never lose sight of dedication. Never lose sight of the here and now. You do make a difference. Those birthdays, even if it's only what you have, they mean so much. Without, beyond all understanding. Don't ever lose sight of the good life. And what it really is, no fakes, no phonies, no nothing. You're the authentic thing. Because your practice is authentic, your life is authentic, you're congruent, you're good. You enjoy the good. There's goodness. It emanates from you. You have this aura. It shines. People see you. Go, who's this person? That's the way we were meant to live as God's children, not as slaves, not as victims, not as prisoners of abuse, external or internal. None of these demons, no. We were born to be free. And it's our job to manifest that with the discipline and sincerity that requires on every level to attain. But once attained, my God, can I get an amen and a hallelujah? You know what I'm talking about. Those that got there. So get there. Don't ever give up. This is a marathon. And you must be a triathlete. And even more, beyond what you ever thought was ever possible. You're going to have to go there to get there. But you will. I know. You're blessed. You are blessed by God. Please never forget that. He's there. Connect with Him and your practice. Right here, right now, always, forever. Amen. Someone wrote in and said, well, isn't this a little bit too hippie for working people? I just don't know. I mean, what is this prayerful meditation thing all about? And I thought to myself, yeah, I could see how working people might see that way. No. Look, this is like making time for lunch, but it's a spiritual dimension to it. So for every working person in every capacity known to man, it's about you taking whatever time you can. That might mean going to bed earlier and waking up earlier so that you can add this practice to the beginning of your day, which can be very transformational. You get up at 4 a.m. and you don't even have to start to get to some place until 6. You got 2 hours there. You can do a full hour of hardcore bowing meditation, and then just 1 hour of just breathing in all that goodness that you were able, whatever karma you were able to burn during that time. You've got even 1 hour of total flexibility just to sort of take care of things, like make that cup of coffee or tea how you want to make it, and nobody's rushing you, and you have all of that relief that you were able to at least gain during that 1 hour. So look at that, just that one little change. And when you come from home from work, it's just about cleaning up, maybe taking a shower, getting something to eat, and then it's about resting. It's about breath meditation in the lying posture, or depending on how you are. If you're amped up, if something happened, you might want to do body weight. You might want to adopt a more oppositional kind of wholesome meditation to counteract whatever negative energy that has manifested itself during the day. You might have to do that. That might be the right way of doing things. It might take 3 hours instead of just a half hour that you plan on that day. But because you're already intuitive and you're prioritizing your mental health, for God's sake, that's what it looks like. Yeah, day to day. People looking at dead people all day. They got to take care of themselves. Because if they don't, they can't take care of other people so that they don't die. And they themselves don't die. They have to renew the purpose of their lives. They have to take care of themselves as much as they possibly can. They need to be in the habit of doing that and not feel any kind of super egoic criticism about doing that. Look, it's a marathon out there, people. It is not a speed contest. It is the journey. It isn't the designated destination. Destination unknown. You think 5 months you know where you're going to be? You're delusional. Things can change. You need to be flexible, adaptive, positive, optimistic, energetic, as good as it gets in the face of all opposition to that. And in fact, embrace opposition. Yes, here it is, my test to shine. Here they come with some type of nonsense. They don't know who or what they're dealing with. Somebody who's been in the sparring ring 20,000 hours more than the average person out there, being ripped apart by some disappointment, some craving, some thirst, something of another, some type of unwholesome, circular, over-rationalizational, condemnational, self-talk, self-destruction, self-sabotage. You name it, it's out there, people. People are dying because of these diseases of the mind, diseases of the heart and soul, diseases of circuitous ways of thinking. This is the medicine. It's called a new way of thinking. It's called dropping the past and the future and being able to return to the here now on a scheduled basis. That you schedule your life so that you can include this, because it's something that wasn't considered important enough to include to some people who may have neglected the importance of these things for human beings to function properly in a healthy way, like a healthy diet. A lot of healthy spiritual practice that is so damn counterintuitive that it's super normal. That is the wholesome path. We have to sort out what is bothering us so that we can be better people for the people out there that really do deserve the absolute best of ourselves at all times in every capacity, especially when things get tough. That's what it means to past the test of this purgatory and come out the other end flying with just the angel's wings. That's what you're looking at. All of the good things, all of the positive things. Look at all the positive depictions of heaven. All of that awaits the heavenly mind, the heavenly principles to get you to the heavenly places. And that's a lot of discipline, and it's a lot of dedication, and it's a lot of good planning. And it's a lot of innovation, and it's a lot of weathering also, all different types of resistances. So please, please, please take the time to take your own self-care and your own healing and your own preservation very seriously, because we need every single last good person on this planet to manifest in all of the good ways that they do everywhere. We really do. So be that person and put in the work and enjoy the fruits of your labor, a curated life that is separate, distinct, unique, different, and better than any kind of nonsense out there that you could otherwise have. God bless you. Buddha bless you. Amen. But coming back to the politics for a second again, looking back at the utter destruction of culture in the last 30 years, just the free falling of it. It's intentional. I hate to tell people this, but it is. You don't get those results if it's not intentional. And what are we talking about? Despotism. Despotism, like if you look at Canada, it's like a 2.5% of the vote kind of people that put in the time to take those things over. And then it's just window dressing and suppressing the native culture, messing people up, keeping people divided, polemicizing things, inverting cultural norms, causing alienation, reducing opportunity, doing counterintuitive things, saying you're trying to grow the economy, but doing the opposite of that, saying you're conservative, acting incongruently with what you say, gaslighting the public. So it's an organized attack by cultural people that are in a union, essentially, an ideological union. And they're internationally networked with other despotic countries that help them in some way, like their foreign intelligence services and other people. So they didn't, when they started, they didn't like the music of your country. They didn't like the opportunity your country represented. They didn't like the freedoms your people had. They didn't like how innovative, successful, and happy you were. They didn't like that you liked watching TV and not being annoyed every 3 seconds. They didn't like that you had legal protections from predacious and subversionist and treasonous mega companies. They didn't like that you were able to engage these slave drivers and plantationists on a political level, so that they would have to comply to environmental regulations or other things. They didn't like that you had protected, secure, humane communities that were not being predated upon by a vicious criminal element that works with the police and gets a cut kind of thing, like where in other hellholes where just despots rule with impunity, that they allow that to happen while claiming to fight crime type thing. And on 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 and on. So yeah, who did it? Well, look, where does the buck stop? It's It's the banking lobby. The U.S., for example, if, Andrew Jackson, he fought the big bank and won. They came back, and they've just done nothing but wealth guard. And then where are they big? Where's their money big? Well, it's big in the stock market and real estate, which is why their holdings keep growing in value and everyone else gets priced out of the market. We're talking about maybe 10,000, a class of 10,000 treasonous, plantationist, hateful kind of people. And look, they've got the money, they got the power. They'll take whatever's left of world culture and buy it if they can, or try to control it and co-opt it. Look at the crappy education they have as well. Like, yeah, we're trying to improve. We education real important. Look, we keep paying money for education. All the statistics, all the stats plummet. So, who's lying to who? Well, the way things are looking is that they're lying to the public. So who are they? Well, you don't even know. You got layers of proxies and patsies between you and them. Both parties, I'd say forget them. They're both at this point. I would say just on the basis of being involved in politics the last 30 years, like you could give someone an automatic life sentence. I would say 95% of the cases at this time, easy decision. As well as the people who put them up to it, which are also these global companies. Nobody knows who owns them. You know, oil money it could come from anywhere. Drug money anywhere. We don't know. Apparently, the security forces haven't been working since forever, and their big banking and legalistic, collusionistic, monopolistic, plantationistic friends say that everything's legit, everything's legal. They say it's illicit, but it's still legal. But that's how they do things professionally. They're not some chump trying to survive out here in a cultural war landscape. Let's not forget messing up women. That whole two-holeism, none of it checks out. Their whole story's flimsy. It was a terrorist movement. It started before World War One by terrorists, and it hasn't really changed. It's a whole bunch of malarkey and nonsense. But what is that? It's socially inversionist, so that causes a whole lot of problems and disruptions, and that's sort of the plan. You can't run off with the money if there's not a distraction going on. So it worked for an extreme minority of very criminal people up until now, but like we're seeing the wheels are starting to fall off. People are starting to notice things like we're being suppressed like the Yakuti here, and yet everyone's saying it's the same damn country. How's that possible? Who are these people? They're Overton conservatives and plantationist totalitarians with moralistic arguments that don't check out either. Is that right? A bunch of women that got brainwashed and sent in the exact opposite direction they should go by the same people that do it to the Yakutis, or people like that learn from them in that regard. Is that it? Are we talking about neo-plantationism with Chinese characteristics? Who the hell are these people? Well, they're big into politics, but they don't really show up, and they don't really do what they say they're going to do. And they've been doing that consistently forever. So some people, like scientists, would put their shakedown operation at 110 years now, sort of anniversary. Sort of a slow boil into nothing, into pudding. But there's other ways of doing things out there, like returning to the original model and then reverse engineering everything they did, and also going into a period of a long-term recovery and rejuvenation, because that's really the only way up after rock bottom, if you're able to pull it together. But with people that have no loyalties, maybe they want you to take a fall, and then they're back to some type of plantationist system. See, plantationist systems are just essentially extractionist. They don't have any responsibility to environments, the culture, the civic, the way things are done civically. It doesn't have any responsibility to tradition or people. It's just an extractionary method of essentially snowing the people while they do that and controlling the political process and information spheres, including publishing. Like Russia and China, disgusting. The books that they're able to read and are available, and the ones that aren't, it's just preposterous that they do that. And yet, oh, in the West, yeah, sure, their money's green, isn't it? That won't catch up with us. Well, that doesn't look like that's holding up either. All these flimsy, sophistic, rhetorical, non-analysis kind of things. So, but yeah, then we have just the crappy materialist culture that wasn't the original culture, that was also foisted. It leaks out of bad people. The greedy people that took over, in an illiberal kind of democratic way. Their greed leaks out and vampirizes everything. So the good things go out of business, and the bad things, well, they're too big to fail because they have the connections with the bad, greedy people that wealth guard the legal system and the financial system. And culture, yeah. Anything offends their divide and conquer strategy will be viciously attacked with every convoluted moral argument or useful idiot that they can muster. So if you fall for those little hokey doke tricks, you're pretty far down on the cognitive ladder, I hate to tell you. But if you're an emotional person that's more into feelings and gets overwhelmed with those types of arguments very easily, that maybe you shouldn't be involved in any type of politics to begin with. I don't know who the hell told you to do that, but it wasn't your friend. So I would say socially, yeah, we're going to hit some point where people finally figure these things out. And then it is about constructive change. It's about compartmentalizing the damage of the bamboozlery. It's about redistributing everything and reorganizing everything. And also bringing the people responsible for those things to justice. And possibly releasing people that they locked up based on these sadistic practices, economics, socio-economic, political, or otherwise. But maybe not redistributing to them to places where they're not really needed or desired either. Like, where can people go that it's better for them? That's sort of what we have to decide socially and politically, because it wasn't, or in fact, it was engineered to fail for a long period of time for the reasons I just described, which aren't socially legitimate, socio-economic, or politically legitimate reasons. Vandalism is not a legitimate reason. Okay, suppression, inversion, appropriation, and subversion are not legitimate reasons. They are reasons, yes. They're reasons people have. They have their reasons, but they're not legitimate ones. Now, what did they do? Well, they turn on the rhetorical and sophist machine and say that's not what they're doing. That's not what they did. And even if they did do that, then you deserved it because you're a bad person, or you're not a bad person, but your great grandparents were bad people. Or look, they'll take it. They keep going around and around and around in a circle. Why they have a proclivity towards sadism, and why they're so keen on continuing to get supply, but I would recommend not being the Stockholm syndrome kind of trauma bonded dummy that they're looking for. But they do find them; they're still around. People are still sort of dense on this issue. Younger people are asking more straight questions, but a lot of people are captured. Like, this has been such a terrible ride for most people. They're mentally, physically, economically sort of captured. They can't really do much. Okay, they weren't really given the opportunities that they otherwise would have had in a free and fair and enlightened kind of society led by people who cared about the people that they were predating on. But that's not what we've had in a long time. And so people are, yeah, asking questions. And the sadists are still paying people to come up with answers, but they're not going to change for the better. Actually, what they're doing now is just outright lying. Replacing people with modern day slaves that they ship in and don't enforce the law on. So if you ever watch Dukes of Hazzard with Boss Hogg, it's the Boss Hogg class, and using TV networks and companies, $1 trillion global companies. That the Boss Hogg's on the board, okay, Boss Hogg and Co. From worst places on the globe, kind of Dr. Evilism. You could put that into it too. So as long as they're able to get away with it, they will. I would say people need to start forming more realistic groups in these times and realize they employ snitches all over the place, social infiltrator, subversive elements all over the place. They're out of the box. This is a hybrid situation. It's domestic and international. Okay, it's multipolar. See, back in the old days, Cold War, yeah, Chinese and the Russians are really bad. Then you see people are opening up, realizing how bad Iran and Turkey and India are, and Brazil. But it's taken them a pretty long time to figure that out. Many people are still misinformed. Oh yeah, Cuba. Yeah, that was resolved a long time ago. No, it wasn't. Got Cubans running all around this place. Got them in Mexico. Mexico's a basket case. That's the other thing. U.S. State Department, every single last one of them, after going back to the FDR, should probably be arrested just on the basis of that. Because they're just look at them, consistently wrong on global issues, and they're supposed to be the experts, but not for them. They're not. Just for the country. You see, that's the disparity again. So it's one of those big screw ups. It's been maintained because they got a lot of money, a lot of technology, and they know what they're doing. It's just other people don't really know what they're doing. They're taking them at face value still. But things are getting progressively worse for these reasons, and they don't really have the solution, do they? Because they're the problem. Their whole way of thinking, their network, their way of operating, everyone involved with them is complicit in it, responsible for it, culpable, legally. If you pass the bill, some type of financial sadism bill, you're talking about people that would go away for life for that. But they're rich right now. They got options, and they can see things coming. They don't want any type of politics that's going to get in the way of that. They'll take somebody. They'll take crack addicts before they'll take heroes any day of the week. So that's where you're seeing this just non-political representation or them signaling anti-values. Their plantation is stooges, essentially. or hostile foreign operators. That's the other thing. Money people, they don't that are into suppressionist, inversionist, Yakudi-like actions against people. They don't care about things you would think they would care about, and they do care about things you wouldn't think they would care about. Like good people getting together and talking about the issues. Who would care about that? Well, they do, and they care about it because these people, they see them as inherently bad from their point of view. And so they commit all different types of extremely heinous, reprehensible crimes against the best of people all the time. It's just not understood to be that. Oh, canceling. Well, you know, we have to maintain a certain degree of politeness, don't we? Civil discourse. The dude was a genius, but they're the experts. So, all right, people, move on. We've got the red tape, the little numbers. We're going to put these on the shell casing. How many shell casings? 1, 2, 3, 302 shell casings. Dead body is gone, and all that blood has been hosed off. End of story. Stamp, and the bureaucrat goes back to his little plantationist existence. No crimes are solved. So that's the other thing. Crime, they don't have a problem with crime. They're not. They got security. They're not where you're at if there's crime. Okay, and even if they were to get mugged, they would probably like that because then they know how suppressed other people are, that they are predating and robbing and suppressing with their, from the outside, appearing asinine policies or the non-enforcement of good policies. So, look, people, I don't know what to tell you other than to believe your eyes. You have messed up civic infrastructure. This is probably what's been happening. And so, yeah, all of your political people, they're guilty of that. Now, in places where this has happened, super civilized countries like the Czech Republic, that had a history going back to the megalithic age, more or less, of civilization, of cultivation. You had vineyards, you had woodworking, people making clocks, timepieces, that type of thing. They had maniacs come in after World War II and dictate everything about their materialist, Marxist Leninist society, and who was smart all of a sudden and who was to be canceled. And they murdered a large part of that culture, suppressed it for 50, was it 50 years, something like that? Let's just say 50 years or more. And then just imagine who was considered to be respectable people after a system of vandalism like that. Suppression, inversion, appropriation. And that really hasn't been sorted out the way it should be. Bringing the people to justice, for example, that perpetrated that type of criminal sociology, that's the way to think of it. Socioeconomic, political sociology. These are sociological terrorists. And their implementators, and their educators, and they're all these softies, ideological, idpol, zealot, um, atheistic, nihilistic, control freakish, off left kind of personalities that we call smuggies and wokies. Because that's the version they foisted off on us today. They turned universities into sausage factories, and then they've got these nut jobs that are supposed to play these socially debilitating roles and dictate the tone of the discourse in family settings by having these women think they know what they're talking about. Don't know a damn thing. They've been brainwashed. They've been given a false historical narratives and they've been emotionalized about them. And then there they are torpedoing their way through life and relationships and everything else with their toxicity, their nonsense, their stupid poison that they inject at any time they can. So meanwhile, yeah, people affiliated with the financial industry, they don't they're running hotels, okay? They got other things going on, but the snappy, snazzy, uh, aggressive, abrasive kinds of women, they don't not dealing with those, okay? Those are the women that they want you to be dealing with, to be shacked up with, tied up with, messed up with, stuck up with, okay? So it's class war. That's part of it, and nobody wanted that in the United States or in other countries that had put the class system behind them. But these criminals, that's how they roll. They think it works for them, and it does. They're part of the perpetrator class, and you're the dummy class. Okay, that's how they're redefining the socioeconomic political space. So you either are on board with that, suck up and crap down, or you're in the no man's land of a toxic waste dump of a place you can't survive in economically because they've made it like that and they like it like that. Like Venezuela, they like Venezuela. Those people in on it, they like that. They like that a lot. They're having a good time. That's a great place if you're filthy rich. Believe me, anywhere is a great place if you're filthy rich, more or less. It can be made great if people will work for money. The coolies and the groundskeepers don't shank you while you're sipping on your mint juleps. Then that's a pretty cool way to ride through life, isn't it? That's the way they're planning on riding through life. That's the way many of them are riding or have ridden through life. What else they got? Oh yeah, the stock market's another one. Okay, stock market goes up. These people, this parasitical, do nothing but distort the culture and everything else class. They get funny money, mad money, and everybody else gets to carry the inflation. The working class that has a fixed salary and just trying to keep things together. All those prices going up because these people are splashing out on a Ponzi scheme. Everyone else working hard has to make up the difference for that. As they come in and buy farms and then upsell it to global companies that are misaligned with national interests, they're gonna walk away from that. No strings attached. Oh, it's just a bad investment, they'll say. All these people need to be round up. The entire operations need to be round up. We're talking right now, like at least 10,000 people that are just walking around as if nothing is going to happen to them. That they're on the smart side of this equation. That's what they're thinking. 10,000 people committing illicit crimes every single damn day at scale. And then security services not doing a damn thing about it. They're culpable too. The criminal negligence, every single last one of them. Life in prison. That's what they could get with one bill. Based on the facts. This isn't people wanting to go out and hunt innocent people down. That would be crazy, right? That would be a funny story. These people are as guilty as hell. And the problem is, it's like a mass murderer, and a lot of these people are that. They're not going to stop unless they are stopped. And this is the only way to stop them. They're causing everyone else a lot of work and pain. That's the only reason why people would do something like this. But look at them. They're going to go into a Hollywood fantasy. This is Armageddon. we're all gonna die. Look at these people. They want to reform the financial sector. It's the sky is falling. Sky is falling. This is hell. What's happening? Well, who? Genghis Khan has reappeared, right? That's what they do. So don't buy that either. We're talking about massive crimes. Just remember that. Like all this vandalism, that's a massive crime. What what would Andrew Jackson do? That's a great question to ask. He said, I'm an American. I know my country. I know if you don't know Andrew Jackson and what he would do, you're not a damn American. You might as well leave. Yeah, I hear Mexico's nicer in a lot of ways, and I wouldn't dispute that. Like it is because there's probably less legal interference because the people there are so damn corrupt. They know they ain't gonna collect it. They've already wrecked the system, so they can only limit themselves and their predations to a certain area and leave the other damn people alone, right? They don't have the reach, the penetration to mess them up at scale like they do in working first world countries when these charlatans and their operatives and killers and vandals get into positions of influence. So the way I see it, it has to be a full reset with a component that deals with what we are actually dealing with and not how a lot of people are understanding this at this time. So people stuck, just wanting to buy the window dressing because they don't want to contemplate these other things. I get that. That's a common thing that people do. But let me tell you, by not addressing the issues, not organizing on the basis of these principles, things will get worse. Okay, whatever you have, it can get a lot worse, and does when these people have no pushback and their little tricks work. So don't forget, they're trying to attack you from every place. Like where you go to get coffee and it was nice and it was just that one place that was cool. Uh, so one of their operatives, like some slimy assistant manager, something will come in and put something right on the counter, some type of image that just pisses you off at 6:15 in the morning. And that's the management. That's what they were educated to do. That's what they're told to do. Managing expectations, managing stability. So, look, what type of level is that? Like the level of just total hatred and the war crime, a wartime type level of activity we're witnessing via these companies that are captured and these universities and educational institutions. And oh, let's not forget church, religion, yeah, all that. There were some bad trends. Well, they made it all worse. And they came in on false pretexts. Yo, I'm really religious. Yeah. Here, and then also discriminated against people going into the funnels for these positions in the first place, and then you get these imposters. Where's the religion again? It's their damn religion. They say it is. How do you get them out? Well, that's sort of complicated if nobody knows what's going on and how to do it. Well, that bill, how about this religious sadism bill? Get life in prison for that right off the bat, and there will be experts to discern whether or not they injected astroturf into ideological astroturf into the religious services that Saint Benedict would have been an expert, one of those experts that would be able to decide whether or not they did that. They did that. It's proven life in prison, easy. And then, of course, who put them up to it? Where did they go to school? What's the department? Who gave them their credentials? Life in prison for all of those two. But of course, we have to take the focus off of these criminal elements. That's not the point. We're not engaging with them other than that would be the way to get rid of them. Replacing them is another thing. And then replacing the franchise that had already a trophy to the point that it had lost a lot of meaning in people's lives. Why can't we innovate in all areas? All societies that were innovating were more or less good societies. And we have some of these innovations, and we can combine these innovations in a good way and remove the bad things from them. For example, the United States in the 1870s was pretty much open to most of the civilized world with restrictions like for disease and other sensible things. At the time, in first world countries, that was a sensible policy. Then that stopped in the 1920s, and the idiotic political establishment hasn't adapted to that fact. In fact, it's taken the opposite of what is good course, based on those all those reasons outlined previously. So then keeping the culture of just total acceptance, that's a war crime. That's not what any type of that's not education. That's brainwashing. That's misdirection. That's misinformation. That's a socially catastrophic, nationally catastrophic policy. Who benefits? Si bono? Yeah, the people building navies so that they can uh, control the world, essentially. So, not paying attention to things like that, dereliction of duty, life in prison. You were the responsible person, life in prison for you. You're the big brain. You were supposed to have the strategy. Let this happen. Life in prison. That's why I don't recommend people take on positions of national importance, because you will be judged. It's a responsible position. You messed up. That's it. You go to prison. You don't get no damn pension. You don't get security. You don't get nothing. You would be lucky to make it to prison for engaging in these activities. Okay? It's just we lived in a very strange time where you were able to get away with it. But in times where things change, where people decide, yeah, this is a life or death issue, we are being played here. And we do need to do things different with authentic people that do give a damn. That's when the rubber starts meeting the road. So, and yeah, their crimes go so far. I mean, we're talking about sociological crimes, sociological criminals, and the engineering behind that, criminal social engineers. So the massiveness by setting of the crime set up by these systematic framings is just beyond all comprehension. They're theoreticians, everything. They are instantly. They are discredited, but they're still practicing. So that's something that needs to change, like immediately, because you get more what you produce, and what they're producing is complete anarchy and destruction. And you can see it. Yeah, look at them organizing for ridiculous things, acting ridiculous, not being impervious. These are all war crimes. Okay? These are war criminals. These are organizers. These are financiers. These are police liaisons. These are, in many cases, the police, the administration. These are third-party foreign actors. These are just a lot of bad people all doing little funky social theater, security theater kind of do we want to call them art installations? Because they trashed art too. Like they trash art venues, they trash universities, they trash everything about universities. They like to get in on new trends and then trash those too, or add trash to it. They like to be the talking head in front of things. They like to get in front of groups. They like to cause division. Just sort of like, East German secret police type activities on a social scale that are claimed not to be in play but are by people that uh, have a cover story and are trained to do that type thing. So, some people talk about 1984. I don't, Orwell, he was sort of a dummy and an idealist, did some really stupid things in Spain, but at least came away with some insights. But we're talking about a whole different level today, not just war crimes that they've committed, but are committing, and the the sophistication of their little smarmy, smuggy, wokey way of operating, and entrenching themselves in all types of different strange institutions, and then just playing pretend that they're still on everybody's side, on the best side, and yet they're all sort of like the same. They have the same opinions. They have the same ways of operating. They are very destructive, at least according to authentic, credible people, but they claim to be that. So it's a political dispute kind of thing. So yeah, companies that have hired these people, engaged in these practices, they're guilty as sin and will be charged for that too. People who did it will be charged and the company will get a fine, kind of thing. And then we do have to look, antitrust, antitrust was a big deal during the robber baron age. The antitrust is bigger today than ever before. The whole legal system needs overdone. And these big companies do need to be broken up. These monopolies are bad, especially the social media monopolies. It's just disgusting. Absolutely unbelievable that these idiots let TikTok do what it's done and is doing right now. These people are criminally negligent. They're sitting on their hands. These are lawyers that aren't working. Or not working for the people, not working for the damn country. But they can't figure that one out. How smart? These people aren't smart, okay? And dereliction of duty, negligence, criminal negligence, they don't want that to be true. They don't think they can be caught that way, but they can. It just, they need to be caught that way. It needs to be done official, but if they're blocking it becoming official, then what can the people do? Well, the people's going to have to start figuring something out, because this is sort of what's happening right now. It takes the time to figure these things out. It really does. And it takes time to figure out the monstrous personalities that would manifest sadistic social policies. But you do have to put two and two together. Like, this is why they think this is good. Okay. As an enemy operator or as a plantationist, this is why they think this is good. Okay. Now it makes sense, right? you know, blowing up the electric plant doesn't make a lot of sense. But if you're an enemy, who could have done it? Okay, we're in a war, a cultural war. Is that right? We have cultural war operators. What do they look like? What countries did they come from? How many are from Iran, Turkey, Brazil, India, China, Russia, or of Russian origin? The Russian origin, 33%. Could that be possible? How did that happen? I thought we had a Cold War. Isn't that strange? Could these people have been involved in murdering maybe thousands of people in camps and then came over and pretended to be Americans of the first order, redefining our culture to us to be something it never was or wanted to be. Could people be that smart? I don't know. I don't know if there's ever been anybody like that. But if you think you know somebody who could possibly have been like that and maybe tricked you in everything known to man, including international politics, history, culture, you name it, might have an axe to grind too about as far as other groups are concerned. Normal people, they have an axe to grind. It's usually an indication too. Have a problem with traditional values, those types of people, yeah, not so cool as they like to pretend they are. But if you fell for it, don't fall for it again. Yeah, remove it. Take those goggles off and reevaluate. Ask for forgiveness and reform. That's how we move forward through this desert-like postmodern dilemma that we're in. And it's going to require adaptation. Yeah, it's going to require resilience. It's going to require mobility. It's going to require just changing your point of view on everything. I mean, when George Washington was chilling in New Jersey in the winter, that wasn't really the most normal of times or conditions or the most advantageous. But look at what happened. So if you think things can't happen like that, they didn't think things would happen like that when that happened. But the plantationists at the time, they just took it too far, as greedy people are apt to do, and that's what they are. That they can't help that. They are that. They've defined themselves via greed, which should also make it another way to spot them. You can't really be, let's say, someone who has more than $10 million unless in some way you're affiliated or backed by the financial sector. So those people, you need to ask them, where'd you make all this money here, buddy? Doesn't seem to make any sense, especially when the whole country has been on greased skis down into nut jobbery during this whole time. So how is it you made all this damn money? That's the type of questions we need to ask. And if they can't answer those questions, and it turns out that they've been getting favorable loan conditions or any of that other jazz, or that the company was bought under strange circumstances like engineered financial crises or anything of that nature, then, what's the real basis of ownership in that case, if not some type of criminal conspiracy? Don't think that's in play? Well, I have news for you. It is. But yeah, you got a bunch of scared slaves. Well, it's people with money. They're better than us. You can't talk. Can't bring them into court. Well, it's set up then a people's court then. No, they're invited. There's been people's courts before. They like to troll the concept of a people's court. That's why they produce all of those filthy and trolling kind of TV shows that a lot of dumb people watch that they shouldn't. But a people's court, a real one, that will work. Like, here he is, here's the charges, he's charged, and next kind of thing. Because, also the lineage of the left, that's what they did, but only to good people, okay? That's sort of how they do it. So they're worried about that being played on them. But it's not political like that. See, they're straw manning an opposition. The opposition to them is good working order. It's not just, oh, this guy didn't sharpen his pencil, shoot him kind of people's court that they run, kangaroo courts that they run. It's this guy who was was running a bank that laundered, $1 trillion in drug money, something like that. That's the dude that gets the firing squad in a working people's court kind of situation. So don't let yourself get thrown off track on that. You got people that know what's what and get the facts and brings these people, shuts them down. What's wrong with them? Nothing's wrong with them. In fact, lots right with them. You can be thankful people like that exist if they ever come into existence. Because greed does need to be stopped. Now, a lot of times, we're stopped, or greed is stopped just by availability. It's limited. The greedy hog, it hogs all the grain is eaten, and it's over. Okay? It can't eat anymore. There was just that much grain, it ate it. But these hogs are going on the limitlessness kind of thing because they're on the power trip kind of thing. So it's just they want more and more power, so they usurp it, they take it away, they stugify it, the places that they capture. So these things are interrelated, and all this money they've been able to pilfer for themselves has given them a power differential advantage, and that needs to be taken away. It's about that. It's not that they earned it or deserved it. And again, over 10 million, you earned it, you deserved it. Did you really? Did you work harder than somebody doing something more productive for society? How about the coal miner? Is what you did better than what he did? How are you going to come at me like that? You're worth $100,000 a minute? I don't see it. You got a big mouth, you got smuggy opinions, luxury beliefs. Came from a family that had already ripped off the country, and you're a success making $100K a minute with a fentanyl crisis out of control, borders open, and naval geopolitical situation falling apart. I don't see it. I just don't see it. But I think an egoically captured malignant narcissist would see it that way. But that's just a category of people we don't need in politics. So, you see, or in the economy. Who the hell needs to work for a boss man plantationist like that? Nobody. That's the other thing. Industrial revolution, all the innovation, all that came from the middle class, the working class. Initially, of course it did. It's just it was such a smashing success that the financial sector came, and then you had the manager class come in after that, and then you had all this ideology come in and mess them up. But they themselves, they're not wealth producing. They're rent seeking. So don't let these rich people snow you. What did they bring? How did they get rich again? Why are they worth it again? All these problems, all this doomerism, but they're still the best somehow. Why don't you look at a country like Georgia and then look at that oligarch there that set the country in the wrong direction, and then or his approval ratings and what came of that and all that. Just look at that dynamics. It's a little country, little personalities. Look, it's not just the United States. That's what I'm saying, and it's not just the West. Your countries, like again, Sweden. You got these people all over the place. Smuggies all over the place. UK, Ireland, Spain. So it's a massive attack. It's a cultural war. There's socio-economic and political components to it, and other than what I said, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I'm just brainstorming how things could get back on track, but of course, There's no point in over emotionalizing or sensationalizing these things. I think if we compartmentalize it and say, look, people, based on what I have just said, there's a likelihood that 10,000 people, we're talking about, we have 10,000 illicit individuals that could be convicted with these anti-sadism bills. That's what we're looking at. Now, if you're not one of these people, that's good news for you. If you are one of these people, then that isn't. Okay? It's as simple as that. So I would say the chances of it not being you are 99.99% chance. Okay? So how is that not a popular position in a democracy? Well, it would only be unpopular if the networks were owned by the 0.0001% of the people that wouldn't like that policy. Are you trying? Are you getting up to speed on these things? Good. Now, as far as forming new parties, yeah, look, if you're in Nebraska, just form the Independent Party or something, or form the Joe Green Party. Because everybody else that does the same thing across the country, they'll realize why you did it. You did it because the other two parties are filled with stooges at this time, or to a large extent, and that's part of the problem. Now, if your party gets stoogified or you don't deliver the goods, well, then that's sort of just on you. Okay, but at least it's not based on a predeterminedly bad ideology or group capturing kind of factor. It's I set out with this team, this intrepid team, this expedition to make some headway on these just terrible issues that have so many different factors to them. Did the best I could. Other people will either respect that or not. It's a batting average. You're not going to hit a home run every time. It's about the singles and the doubles and the batting average. You do the singles and doubles and you have a 500% batting average. You're just consider yourself probably one of the best that your region has ever had. And guess what? That's good enough. It is. You can't expect more than that. We're not going to get everything right. It's about the attempt, it's about the execution, and it's about not being pre-captured ideologically or politically by people that are into this wealth guarding game that is a game of diminishing returns and has been for the last 110 years. But the last 30 years just terrible in historical terms. Just absolutely terrible. But terrible times can be a catalyst for change, which is why there's some people that were on the accelerationist side. They're like, all right, things are bad. Let's just bring this to the logical conclusion. We got armies of random people from all over the world brought in by slaver pirates, robbing stores in broad daylight and killing people. So the people responsible for that they should, yeah. You think life sentence is too little for that? I don't know. Too much? No, I don't know about that. I think that's being pretty generous. It's being pretty generous. So again, just thoughts. It just has to seep into the national consciousness. First off, the parameters, the people, the methods, and finally the results, and then what to do after they're gone and how to recover and reorganize based on that. That's just something that needs to be done. We could consider ourselves some type of like drug addict. We need to slowly wean ourselves off or make a break and go cold turkey and never go back to what they set up and get rid of what they did. And that's gonna take a long time, but If it started yesterday, it would be better for the country. But I would say the amount of damage they've done, there's going to be at least a 10 to 30-year transitional period that's going to be required to make any kind of beneficial long-term strategic changes to their uh, just complete disaster of sociology that has been foisted upon us. And look, people, I am really sorry about all of that. I feel responsible on some level, but it's everyone's responsibility to protect themselves during these times, to retreat, to turn inward, to adopt and innovate authentic religious principles that have a positive impact on your life, and to reduce your expectations, to not make comparisons, to not make things worse. Okay? Do more with less, but more in an internal sense and not an exterior one. And our collective civilizations have gone through all different types of tragedies, um, diseases, social diseases, religious diseases, invaders, barbarians, witchcraft, um, immorality. We've gone through all these things, and there were places that were wiped out because of them, okay? Down to the language. And I do imagine some places that are really infected with this, their language will die out. Actually, their whole culture will die out. People will show up, and the people there that are left, the scraggly scruffies, they'll just be cleared out by some other faction. Now, if it's not the nice guy crew, right, it'll be the bad guy crew. And that's just the way it is. You will never be able to limit the ambition of greedy people if they think they can get away with it from happening. But good deterrence, yeah, would keep it from happening, but we don't have that. So essentially, the idiotic sociology is an incitement to outside hostile forces to continue their shameful and reprehensible campaigns against us, as well as their step and fetch it crew that makes that all possible from the inside. So yeah, don't be one of those. If you were one of those, divest yourself, reform, and reorient to authentic people and ways of doing things, alternative kinds of economic arrangements, and being a good person for good people and avoiding bad people. And that's a skill, because in psychological warfare conditions, a lot of people going crazy is the reason why things break down and then they all die. So it is important, spirituality, religion, it can save your life or destroy it. Choose wisely, choose the light, choose the good things, choose the positive mantras. Yes, you can, right? I can and I will. I can and I will, no matter how bad it gets. That's where honor is, that's where supernormalcy is, that's where you want to be. Be there, get there, do it. Some guy wrote in and asked, can you say a few words about relationships, because I'm trying to get past one of my relationships, but I just keep coming back to the what ifs. Thank you. Look, this is how the mind works. This is the Mara mind. Mara, the deceiver. Okay, picture the perfect woman. Looks beautiful, acts great, everything she does everything perfect, all that, and you love her, and you want that, and she loves you, and it's perfect. And see how the Marmite, see, the devil can put extras on things that you really want it, you really believe it, you really feel it. Now imagine just the face of that person. Okay, maybe take an idealized face, like something better than what you are right now, beating yourself up about, like a better version of what you're beating yourself up about. You know, younger, right? More stylish, maybe wealthier, more accomplished. Just throw on some things just to make it even more of a craving and attachment and an obsession. Okay, and now change that person out with just a random person. Like some casting director, I come in to your theater of the mind and I look at what you're looking at. I'm like, damn, she's pretty fine. That's a pretty fine woman right there. You got some crazy devilish good taste, don't you? Okay, well, cut. I'm coming from corporate, so that one, she's doing something else for me later. But what we're gonna put in your film of your life, we're gonna write in this busted old person here that sort of looks maybe like the one that you were dreaming about. But this is the actual one, the busted up one that acts wrong, has the wrong opinions about life and things, doesn't respect you on a fundamental level, doesn't care about you, doesn't like you, feels like you owe them something, took this wrong take about that thing, that wrong take about this thing, whataboutism. Like, it's true, she went through, I don't know, a gauntlet the other day, but you forgot to bring the right kind of toast home last Monday. Okay? Those types of little kinds of conversations and all that. And now see, look at you. You're looking at the real thing that you were dreaming about, that Mara had put between you and the real thing. So why are you busted up about this person? You're busted up about an idea, about an illusion. And that's what's causing you suffering and pain. That pain is real. It's just the connection, the attachment to the illusion isn't or shouldn't be. But before you're able to acknowledge the illusion, usually the attachment takes you to the point of suffering where you finally come to that Satori moment, like, wait a second, who is this person that I'm busted up about? Like, why won't I look at the reality of what I'm dealing with and move my eyes away from all these wants and desires and projections and fantasies that I'm in love with? I.e., I'm in love with the devil and not reality, not my own damn eyes, not my own damn sense, not my own damn institution, not my own intuition, not my own damn self-respect, dignity, civility, or anything else. So what is wrong with me? Well, it's the wrongness of misperception, us believing in what we want to believe in. and not being able to detach from an attachment. We have a craving, we have an attachment, we have the suffering. This is basic stuff, basic unskillfulness. And the whole thing is look, okay, we're set up to look for external validation. We're set up to look to our cute teacher that's going to give us little stars on our assignments, little mummy to pat us on the little heads. You did good today, Johnny. Mummy boyism. Nestingism, being comfortable, comfort zoneism, let's find a nice little comfort, little cozy thing and shack up kind of thing. Well, look, that's not the whole point of life. If it happens, great, but you can come together for a time, you can also move apart. It can feel that way for a time, and then it can stop feeling that way forever. And it's not a good idea to then stick it out. Stick it out in what way? You can come to agreements to people based on that and say, look, I know things were like this then, but we're going to do it this way because I can't keep doing this way because it doesn't work for me. I can compartmentalize maybe 10% of my time or one day to domestic matters, and the rest I have other things to do, including prayerful meditation that a lot of Patujanas, worldly kind of common vulgar people, don't know anything about and don't respect, don't think is important, don't do it, and don't care if you think it's important. But why should that matter to you? That's just another common as rain kind of misguided person and their opinions. And if they will not accept it, the terms of your engagement, well, then there are no terms for engagement. And that's okay too. You would wish that would be enough. It's not. Well, fine. And then if they want to get angry about it, that's fine too. They want to try to mess you up because of that. Well, that's life, isn't it? Just have to compartmentalize that, take an L. See, a lot of people are like, oh, you want to be a loser or not a loser? Oh, I don't want to be a loser. Look, taking an L, that's a manly thing to do. Just admit it. This was a loss. I'm cutting my losses. That is so damn manly. That is manlier than I have been on occasions I'm ashamed to think back on, and yet that's why I prize that principle so much. A losing position. Now, I'm not one to be overly efficient, like, oh, this today was the wrong thing. No, but a month later, a couple of conversations and things don't change. It is that time to make an executive decision. And, oh, you know what? I lost my time. I lost my illusions about what I thought I was getting into. And taking an L on that, it hurts, but it's the right thing to do. That backpack that flew out during the whitewater rapid event where you hit that boulder and it has some really cool gear in there that you're sort of attached to, but it's dragging in a life-threatening situation, and there's this one piece of paracord holding it, and it's lodged in a rock, and you're gonna die if you don't cut weight and live another day. Don't take an L. And so what happens? Flash. That multi-tool is where it's supposed to be. It managed to stay there. And snap. You took an L. But that's life. And you're alive. And you're not going to drown in a sea of woes and sorrows and helplessness. learned helplessness. Oh, it's this domestic, it's only this little box and nest and routine and person and decision I made, and now I just have to resign myself to it. No, no, I don't see that. Why should that be the case? So a lot of people, why are they depressed? Well, they're in situations that they don't find acceptable on a certain level. So acknowledge that, work with that, and work out a new reality that works better for you, despite what third parties might think about it, or your super egoic or egoic attachments. Nobody wants to take a loss. Sunk cost fallacy is one of the worst things human psychology has discovered. It's so common, it's so powerful, it's so destructive. But cutting a loss, that is the sword of Apollo. That is freedom. That is the exercise of freedom. And yet these thoughts in our minds that come back, these attachments, they're anchored in our neural pathways. That's why they keep coming back. So we keep giving them a false sense of importance that they don't deserve. It was just a fabrication. It was just a trick. That's what you're caught up on. You're caught on something that wasn't there. You're caught up on a mirage. You're caught up on the devil, dummy. So drop it. Comes up again, drop it again. Breathe in a sigh of relief. Or breathe out a sigh of relief. Breathe in, breathe out. And don't do it again. Don't apply these lenses to other people. See them realistically and accept them or reject them on those terms. But don't bring that damn fantasy and sentimentality and attachment into your damn relationships. Keep it clean, keep it neutral, keep it beneficial, keep it compassionate, but keep it moving too. And don't add extras to it. It's not fulfillment. It's not your life's purpose to run around with ding-a-lingism. Ding-a-linging is not the purpose of life. Now, it can happen under the right circumstances with the right people, and the right things can result from that, but also not. And there are so many other things you can be doing with your time. So many other skills, there's so many other practices, locations, everything outside of relationships that are fraught with a lot more return on investment. And as far as women, look, men are right. The quality of women has fallen off a cliff worldwide. But some places are better than others. Now, why is that? Well, the culture. You know, women need culture. They need a community of people that are doing things the right way and not the wrong things. And not being shown how to do things the wrong way as if they're right. Like when I was growing up, guess what was on TV? The Brady Bunch. Today, I haven't even looked at the stuff that they're splattering into the faces of people. But this, like, kind of, what is it, reality TV or something? That's a psyop. That's like made in laboratories, like military laboratories, to degrade and to confuse and to poison people's minds and make them think that, for example, talking's in a certain way or looking in a certain way or doing things is socially acceptable. It's not. Who doesn't catch it? Well, women don't catch that usually because they're group captured. What does the group think is good? Well, then if they can have one of these fake sociological military-grade laboratory presentations called reality TV, then they'll think that they can talk like that when they're with you or act like that when they're with you. But they were brainwashed into believing that. They believe that, but they're wrong. But they're also brainwashed into making you believe that you're the wrong one, that they have a whole gaslighting program. to make you think like you're the one that's causing all the problems when they're the ones with the crazy ideas based on just thousands of years of culture and the way things were done. And it's a real shame they get these girls as young as they can get them. And they've had access to them for unlimited access for the last 30 years. So in Western areas, depending on how degraded and captured they are, is the extent of the toxicity that you will experience in the form of the women there, the relationships you have with them, and the predatory and destructive legal system that will absolutely destroy your life. Take away everything you have, including your peace of mind for being screwed over so officially and so callously for the rest of your life. If you're a normal person that doesn't get a grasp on these things and are able to somehow forgive yourself and move on, maybe also with different priorities, right? Like, maybe I will downgrade the priority of relationships at this time in this place with these women that think this way because they've been blasted with a nut jobbery. See, that's one of the religious aspects. Look, religion was there mostly for women to keep them, in a good mood, high vibe, of reflecting on themselves, not doing bad things, not misusing their manipulative powers, and not getting out of line. All that has been stripped away, so for a long time now. So these monstrous, terroristic kind of programmers, they've wasted these women psychologically. They're essentially, walking torpedoes. So don't feel bad if your relationships aren't working out on the basis of that. It really is a socio-economic and political problem. And just go back to the city-states of Greece. Look, the same types of people, way different ways of doing things, different types of cohesion, and any little bit that was wrong or off-key, they would be exiled or banished. You have barbarians outside the community, and you have walls, and you had gates, and you had institutions inside the community. And people abiding by the socio-cultural, religious rules and principles, and then the people that were kicked out as heretics. And let's not forget, Seneca, one of the best philosophers Rome ever had, he was banished from Rome during his lifetime for being such an inspiration. Although he probably was also involved with some stuff that might have been questionable because he was a young guy and it was just the times that he lived in at the time. But it makes for a funny life story, at least from his case, because it turned him into the philosopher that he was. So he used that event to improve. He learned about principles and about attachments and about passions and becoming a master of his passions, a master of joy. So out-of-pocket women in an out-of-pocket system that see some benefit in having them be out-of-pocket, well, that's just the Marxist-Leninist franchise at work. And if they're contaminated, they are. They've been taught to be pains in the butt for someone. And you don't need one of those. So, but do you really need one in the first place? Look, when there's a functioning community and there's functioning women, then there's functioning relationships and all that. When there's not, it's a different time. So acting the same way when the times have changed, it's really not where it's at. But you don't have to accept them on their terms, and you also don't have to reject them per se. It's a big world with a lot of things happening and a lot of other things in motion, so you might want to just, on the basis of that, reconsider your life priorities and how you operate and how you integrate or reintegrate or disintegrate certain things and synchronize other things on the basis of that. So, yeah, I hope that clears it up. Coming back to the point, don't beat yourself up based on illusions. Don't repeat doing that. That is not the way forward. That is the way to hell. And you're also overburdening women. Like, even, let's say, mildly good women, if you put extras on them, that's a burden. That's that is an illusional burden you're putting on them. That's like somebody coming up to a movie star and it's like, oh, I know, I watched all your movies. I know exactly everything about you. You're so awesome. That's not cool. You don't want to be with a little groupie that thinks you're something you're not. That actor was just acting those roles. That's not how they really are. But they know you more than you. Oh, they love you. They love you. It's ridiculous. How could somebody respect somebody that loves them on the basis of their understanding of what they are? That's not romantic. That's delusional. So you guys got to get things sorted out. Look, you're in a comfort zone. You've been over-nested. You're domesticated. You've been over-sexualized. You have a female focus. You've been, how about this, co-education? There was never before were men and women always mixed up in all these different sessions. That's a sociological war crime. Okay. So just being around women all the time, that was super unnatural, super unhelpful for discovering what male preferences are like within male groups, which is a lot less stressful, believe me, a lot less participatory, but has a lot more respect to it than in any of these damn female-controlled environments that no man in his right mind wants to be around or integrated into or be amongst for any longer period of time. It's not because, women aren't wonderful. It's just it doesn't mix like that well all the time. In the few instances where men and women can have a good time, and they should be having a good time, for example, it should be kicking off when they meet. And not some type of gray zone proximity relationship. Then you can see, what helps a little bit of distance, a little bit more distance, a little bit of independence and outcome independence and non-attachment and non-self. That's got a lot more pizzazz in it, a lot more pop than these really boring puritanical ideological frameworks that are sadistic. Power plays. So I hope that helps. I hope everybody that has good relationships can make them better on the basis of those insights, and those that would want to get in a relationship avoid getting into bad ones, because those things are really, really, really painful if done carried out in a flippant way, like per the modern model. I don't recommend it. Coming back to a minute to these religious concepts of daemons and angels, or oidemic and demonic ways of thinking. And one way of looking at these stories, like for example, the brightest star, right? The light, the good thought of a fallen angel is, let's say, something that you think is a good attitudinal, but actually isn't. So that is like a fake good principle to have, which is the principle of wanting more, right? Wanting more light is a good principle, really, but if it's taken too far to the point that you become dissatisfied, then you see it has and then the first part is good. It's just when it gets into the second, and if it keeps going and keeps running, then it starts producing these counterintuitive, and also counterproductive manifestations. Being dissatisfied itself, if we get away from superstition and personalities and egoic interpretations and conflicts between people because we like to personalize personalities on a divine level as well as on the personal level, and we get caught up in all these little human games, but we lose sight of just the abstract principles. Wanting good things is good. Wanting more than what is good is bad. Or wanting wisdom is good, but wanting all wisdom also of bad things is not necessarily good, especially if it takes you in that direction of contention. Like, well, you might have a version of good, but I have this version of good, and that's why I prefer it, you see, and it causes this conflict. Especially in this realm. See, if you also start bringing divine kind of aspirations to this world and make it the sole focus of your obsession, then you're losing the multiverse side of things, which is what the Buddhists put as the most important thing. So even if you're thinking that you're being good and practical by focusing on the world, you see that is ultimately an illusion. If this is a spiritual journey, which is what correlates to the Buddhist cosmology. Okay, we're in a process of reincarnation, perpetual reincarnation, unless we're able to break those perpetual cycles with our insight, with our practice, and also burning the karma that is biasing us towards outcomes which are worldly or purgatory related or hellish or consuming. Okay. So how's devil work? Makes you think you want this thing. You make your happiness dependent upon it. You're miserable the whole time. You get the thing, and what does it do? Essentially nothing. It was just an illusion, just like all the other illusions. So that's where people will say, well, that's a bad angel. That's a deceiver. It looks good on the outside. It's not in the end. That's one like childish way of explaining devils and angels. So a bad angel, yeah, is this one that looks good or it appears to be a good principle. For example, religious people, yeah. You see that a lot. I'm so damn religious and you're not, so here, the samana that's there looks like a bum, but isn't. How do they treat that person? Look at this trash right here, this destitute person. They point to them, using their worldliness as a proof that they're better to outside observers, worldly observers, but not to the divine. Imagine the samanas, there's the Buddha sitting there, there's some other person, a king. He's the king, right? He's the best dude in the place, in the locality. But then there's the Buddha, so who's better? Well, we're still reading the Buddha. Whoever was the local thug that thought he was the king at that time is not recorded by history, despite the disparity between how worldly people, Patujana, saw the importance of the Buddha then as people do so now recognize him today. So, but good people back then, led by a bad angel, a biased way of thinking, and how the good should appear to them and how it shouldn't, they're going to miss the true principle of godliness, which is the whole point, which means they're no longer in the Garden of Paradise, they're outside. They're no longer in a good space internally, they're in the realm of dissatisfaction. So yeah, these things are complicated, nuanced, but I always prefer to take more of a neutral, abstract, philosophical approach. But that doesn't mean that's the only one. That's just to do it to gain clarity. Now, to make these things uh, put the fear of God in you, you should put extras on them. Because although this, you can drink this down and you can perfectly comprehend it. The real deal is out there in this real crazy world out there in purgatory. And how you deal with that. Will you use it as a catalyst for positive transformation, or will it take you down? There's people throwing themselves right now against walls in dungeons because they can't do that. That thought they could at some point. So, and where they're going in their next life, it does look like that they might be taking on some type of perhaps below the human level, like of attitudinal kind of thing. How do amoebas float around? Did they bang themselves up against walls? So make use of this human dimension and our insights, and don't be too quick to think of yourself as religious or put yourself in a religious category when the individual practice is what matters, not the label. But don't be too quick to adopt any old thing that any old spiritual person says, because the devil can come at you the other way and just say, well, just reject all these people who were looking for the good. It's all fake. I've got the real thing. It's about hurting people and, investing in all the other bad things because that's powerful. Yeah, that's the other sales pitch. Don't fall for it. You might have been exposed or brought up into a sort of dead religion by design. Wealth guarding despots don't want people who have really any convictions to speak of. They just like people that are normalized to sort of put up with anything. And so, yeah, it's sort of normal that you might feel dissatisfied if you've been exposed to that, and it's been pawned off as normal when it's pretty degraded by design. But even if you delve into these books, look, this is a lifelong journey. These things are really, 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 really complex, really subtle. It's based on different languages, old languages, languages that died out kind of level of nuance. And if there's even a little bit of a bad person in a good person and they get into things above their league, they can make catastrophic mistakes. And if they're the ones that want to be a leader of some thing or another, they drive everyone else off into the boonies as well, to a certain extent, to the extent to which those people are negatively influenced by the negative aspects of whatever it is they're pitching. This is why I advise against any form of Indian charlatanism. They have a big, long, gigantic history of that. And the genuine stuff, that died out. And so they're at the same level of insight as more or less any other Westerner. It's just they had a better repository of the better aspects of Western religious understanding. It has to be dug out of the hills there and re-understood in a more genuine way, less tainted, less adversarial, less misinterpreted kind of way. But yeah, we have all different. You would think, well, wouldn't all good people want good things to happen as far as religious evolution is concerned? Well, no. Bad people hate real religion. They hate any type of principle that would put a break on them having full impunity or feeling bad about it, or have anyone not play along with that in a narcissistic supply, sadistic supply kind of fashion. They're the powerful ones, so everything else, the religion is supposed to revolve around them. It's a personality cult kind of thing. You're the in crowd, you're cool, even if you're bad because they say so kind of thing. But if it's not true, then why should you care about these types of social games? You need to find something else if that's what's in play. And it's really frightening to think that these types of terroristic, culturally suppressing, distorting terroristic operations took place before communicational interconnectedness, so that it was really, there were bottlenecks of information and people just claiming they were doing one thing or another, or just, I guess in the Western case, it's more of just like it was devised to fall apart, but also they gave it the cover that it was just inevitable, that all these different contradictions would finally lead to the meaninglessness of a way of thinking that isn't as real as Marxist Leninist theory. So they sort of made that happen with their operatives. But is that true? Well, no, they're trapped in their insane way of thinking, their matrix-like way of thinking. A devilish way of thinking, by the way. Produces devilish results, devilish method. Every part and parcel of it, every one of their ideologues, every last theoretician can be dismissed with 100% assurity and without any feeling of loss at all. Nothing but relief. Now that doesn't mean the right has all the answers. A lot of leftists are just pretending to be rightists. That's something they do. And financial people are in on it. That surprises people. Like, why would people with money want to destroy the culture? Well, they have their money because they've destroyed or captured the political system. That's it. They're not special. They're criminals and terrorists and despots and tyrants. And they're a class. You need more people. See, back in the day, I mean, they would like to. They would preferably have a personality cult because it keeps their hierarchy the way it should be functioning. But if they don't have that, they'll have just a bunch of a toxic blob type of culture, of suppression and monopolization and subversion. And so that's why, yeah, we have all these cultural problems. We have social problems, because these people are in play. They are not um, coming out and just letting people know what they're doing. They're just sort of being real slick. They're abusing their financial advantages, raising all the prices of everything, making things harder, trying to create some type of appearance of exclusivity or performance based on having to go through those rat race machinations to get any type of standing economically in their captured systems, which isn't easy, especially when they can regulate something tomorrow. As ridiculous as green principles, they'll have some Poindexter show up and wreck your business tomorrow kind of thing. So they do work for gaining and then maintaining control at the expense of legitimate culture or good working order or anything else. So have they had a negative impact? Well, it's at this point unquantifiably. Some people have, I think it was me, I equated it to multiple nuclear strikes on our culture per day. going on for years now. The equivalent of that. That's what you could charge their operatives with in the future. But today, it's not happening. It's only happening the way we're saying it's happening. It's not happening the way they said it was happening. And on and on and on while the money flows their way and not in any other way. So you went in on that. I wouldn't advise it, but there are low-level people that are all over that. So we'll just see that going forward until it falls apart, which may or may not happen sooner or later. But could be worse, all things considered. It's just not the easiest thing to deal with. It's not. We weren't built for terrorism and social undermining and deception and geopolitical multipolar activities. We weren't. Or security forces that failed to deal with these issues consistently. That's pretty diabolical, wouldn't you say? But it's only if they aren't stating their true interests. Their interests, they're covering their interests, so they're congruent with what they do. You're just not their interest, at least not one. It's not an interest they want to preserve. It's more like an interest they want to eliminate. The idea that there's even a representative culture in a place that they've completely wrecked. Their modern day slaving operations that they spin humanitarianism on. But yeah, if you want to go to a so-called prestigious university and get that type of brain treatment, I wouldn't advise it, but many people do just because they don't have any other ideas of how to do things right for a change. But we'll see. I like how this place, purgatory, is dynamic. So it's not going to turn into pure hell, even if that's what they're working for. It's not. So that's sort of the cool thing about this dimension that we can look forward to, is that at some point it will fall apart. It's just what's left after that. I hope the people listening to this, that your sanity and health and everything else is left intact, but there's no guarantees, is there? So take care of yourself, especially your mental health. This is a psychological attack as well. It is. And like a chemical attack, it's a foreign agent, and it hurts. You get sprayed in the face with pepper spray culturally. Yeah, it's not nice. But these aren't nice people doing it, and these aren't nice games. And so waking up to that fact means that you don't have to really be all that nice to them in return, do you? Wouldn't it be better to save that niceness for people and places and concerns that really do matter, and not the things they think or say matter going forward? So it's just a period of decoupling, rearrangement, and re-enlightenment. Like, for example, people that have funny family histories probably not going to be taken at face value going forward. The time where people were wearing rose-colored glasses, that time didn't work out so well for good people. So would bad people still try to play old tricks? Maybe. So don't let them into any places of influence. If they want to stay friendly, great, but they can also stay friendly from afar, which is what friendly neighbors do. They don't go busting into your business and micromanaging things, or casting aspersions on certain things and not on other things, and just generally being covert, narcissistic manipulators and saboteurs. So this is happening now, not just on an economic, political level, but social level as well, online and all. in every institution to speak of. So if you feel like you're taking crazy pills, or you have to take crazy pills to not think you're taking crazy pills, then that's why. But as that be that as it may, that's not the end of the story. It's just the beginning. And make it a good beginning to a fantastic novel in a dynamic time, that in a place that never could have been perfect even under the best of conditions. And transforming, using all of these things as transformative agents in your journey, not just through this life, but into the lives to come, the lives transformed into something better, and avoiding not just the hells of life, but the hells afterlife. Now, here's another hot take on what we're looking at. We've been conditioned to be dysfunctional based on what has happened. So let's just say the theory is correct. We've been politically captured, which has led to terrible decisions being made, counterintuitively bad suppressionary types of destructive decisions all across the board. It's like a controlled demolition. And yet we've been conditioned to be engaging in a system that wasn't like that. So we're dysfunctional, although the ego thinks we're functional. We're not functional. We're like, if you need another example, we're the drilled 1890s cavalry, which has been parade ground trained like little poodles to roll over and sit up and lay down and all of that, wearing our fancy garb, and we're going into like jungle warfare, guerrilla warfare has been sort of declared on us. Without being declared on us, see, that would be the expectation of a Victorian, that a gentleman would have declared war and would abide by the conventions of war. Well, the other side didn't do that. They just said they were going to do that. What papers do you need to sign to feel safe about us? Okay, pass those over here. Let's bust out the party gifts. Who's this stooge doing this? Does he really believe this crap? I guess he is an idiot. All right, here we go. Sign this. You won't make the missiles that we're going to make anyway. So if there's a conflict, we're going to win and you're not. But we're still, like, we're waiting for war to be officially declared on us, and we're expecting an explanation of who's doing it and how, and we've got an information system that is captured by the financial system, which is the one that's doing it. It's a branch of some type of global franchise that doesn't value your culture as much as you would think it would, as a rent-seeking, greedy, predatory entity. But that's sort of naive on your part, isn't it? That people like that won't subject themselves to public scrutiny or an audit, or are overly involved in politics to the detriment of the country, that they would care about all the bad things they're doing, just claiming that they're oblivious of, incapable of solving these problems. Like, for example, that all the money that's paid in for taxes doesn't really go anywhere, or just half of it goes where it should go, kind of scenario. Some cases you wouldn't believe it. These people they're running the servicing of the debt that these countries are holding on paper. They're serving us to 120% of their entire GDP. So when you're at that level of grift, this is beyond really human comprehension, at least the normal person's. But that is what we're looking at. Like civilizational collapse in places. Italy's looking at a 40% decline and a population replacement by sub-Saharan Africans in the next, 10, 20 years. It's not happening. It's a good thing. It's good for the economy. That's how it's being pitched. Talk about that in a negative way, you're a hater. That's 1984. Here we come. Yeah, these are Marxist-Leninists. As little as they cared about the workers in 1984, that's about as little as they care for you and your rights. Like you think, well, it's the official law. They can't do this and that. Well, they do it anyway. You catch them doing it, they'll deny they did it. Bring them to court. They'll get off on a technicality. How else are you gonna see things? So people that usurp power and then abuse it, and then don't respect the democratic process. In fact, they don't respect public opinion. That's pretty obvious. And so look at all the conditions now that become more and more manifest, and yet what do you get? You get more and more propaganda. That's what they do in North Korea. Same type of practitioners there. It's just a sliding scale. Now that's not to say that there isn't some real conflict on a certain level, but there's different people working with different places at different times for different reasons. They all claim to be on on your side, but that's not really true upon further inspection. But these audits, for example, they're not having no audits, that they're not going to be in control of, because they're dead to rights. They're guilty as sin. Transferring a manufacturing base to a despotic country and say you support the country you're free riding in, rent seeking in, I don't know how far that really checks out, while prosperity evaporates and public order too. But yeah, 95.5 societies is what they create with propaganda and a corrupt legal system, which is a corrupt policing system, which is a defunct legal system, and a defunct society, a defunct religion, defunct culture, defunct everything except consumerism, which is what they have left over for you after all of those other things. So, yeah, the 1920s were also like this in a lot of ways. You had a lot of people, they'd already messed up the economy, and they were mistreating the workers, and they were messing up the politics, and things just kept getting messier and messier, until it came to a gigantic war type scenario. And then these governments that were riddled with these elements, they all of a sudden had to become respectable, because a lot of working class people needed to be killed in nationalistic, explanatory kind of ways that shouldn't have happened in the first place, unless some people wanted it to. But how things start out, how they end up, who knows? But the net effect of that was not really good for a lot of good people, was it? It doesn't matter what side you were on. In real terms, it doesn't. So this is not to say all is lost. I hate getting off into the past and having it wreck my day, and you should never do that. It's sort of like what one shouldn't do, or how to see things happening now that shouldn't have been repeated but are being repeated, because a lot of the issues weren't resolved, like the issue of total war and things of that nature that Europe sort of figured out, but the US didn't. You had soldiers doing jobs, but you didn't have big thinkers of realizing what the implications of Stalinism and Marxist-Leninism and the International had for Western societies, and then not countering that effectively because you had a bunch of classist pricks like FDR and co. that were on board with the original globalist that caused all of that terrible social destruction from let's say 45 until today. Just catastrophic on every measure, except technology and a few conveniences. But as far as, again, mental health, people like prematurely killing themselves, falling a life expectancy, that is the real science behind their non-contributions. In fact, their predations and destructions. That's the net total scientific verdict on them. The only thing keeping them in their little comfort zone bubbles is narcissism and denial and gaslighting and whatsaboutism and not giving a damn anywayism and still want to misdirect funds and feel self-important, and so doing it anyway kinds of people. Take the pictures, put them in a book. Somebody already took the pictures. It's going to be easy just to redefine them at a later date, but sort of what we're dealing with. So how do you deal with that? Well, it's sort of, I wouldn't say an unprecedented problem, but it is going to affect a lot of people all at the same time in different ways, and not necessarily healthy, beneficial, or good ones. So have some compassion for yourself and others during this time. These are unexpectedly catastrophic occurrences. And the gaslighting is pretty annoying because it's not really something that Western civilizations engaged at scale up until this point. At least outside Eastern Europe, under Stalinistic captured conditions. So it's sort of surprising in a way, but which is confusing in a way, and so it's understandable how people can misunderstand these things, and also blame themselves on some level. But that's not true. Social systems are vulnerable when they're attacked by an organized, determined foe, and you get charlatans in a system that really requires good leadership, and that system can fall apart quick. Anything. Shoe factory with a person like that running it, it won't be running in a couple of months. That's just a predeterminate. It's just the other side recruits the people from our side that will do that to us while claiming they're not doing that. So you got to give them some Asiatic points of deception for that one. Also using multipolar brokering type of populations that are very high on the not giving a damn index about anything except themselves. So, there's going to be mercenary actors out there in a global world, and so you do need to look at people's religion and also where they're coming from, and because these religions that like to claim they're good as all the other religions, they're just sort of doing that for PR reasons. Just like the company that is engaging in massive environmental pollution will come out with some sunshine and rainbows about how they have these pet projects or charities that are supposed to compensate for that, but really don't on a real level. It's just a gimmick. So, look, all religions have nice aspects to it, but it's where are the bad aspects, and why should you have people that could even be questionable on matters that are really important around or doing anything for you that you need done. And this isn't a hateful attitude, it's just practical. Okay, societies can easily fall apart if they do not recognize these principles on just a simple, basic level. And it's no hate, no blame. It can happen to any group of any place, anywhere. If there's different Maori tribes off the coast of New Zealand, it could happen between them. And we could look at the results. The results would be predictable, something to avoid. But so why shouldn't we avoid it in every instance? It's not the way people would like it to be. Under ideal conditions, it wouldn't be. In a perfect world, people would not care about anything. I guess that's what nihilists think. But in a realistic world, people should be making some realistic and moral social decisions that don't need 10 textbooks of explanations to explain why you're a good person for disbelieving your eyes, and a bad person if you have gut reactions to off-putting concepts and things that don't work. So that's in there as well. Another point to consider.